Hello, welcome to Climate Action Day 2024. We're so delighted to have you, and we are really a bit stressed, I think, Jen, but really excited to have all of those amazing speakers today. And hi, Jen, how do you feel?
Hi, Koen. Absolutely excited. There's so much energy around today. We have been gearing up for this pretty much for a year since the last time we saw you all here for Climate Action Day 2023. This is our 5th edition. Welcome to everyone. Congratulations to all of our classrooms joining from around the world. I see that they're already starting to share their messages and introduce themselves in the chat. We are gearing up for an amazing 5 hours of speakers that are ready to share with you and celebrate climate action, education, and all the work that you're doing. So I am thrilled. Can't wait to get started. And yes, lots of nervous energy and butterflies as we kick things off.
So today we are going to wrap up our climate action project. Many people have been joining, and probably most of our attendees are the students and the teachers who joined the project, who have been doing crazy stuff, great things. They came up with amazing solutions and actions. And today we would like to celebrate their efforts, basically. So we made this event for you. So feel free to drop your country in the chat as a comment, and we would be really delighted to learn where you are coming from.
Well, yeah, that's right. And I see we have a lot of people already sharing their countries. So this is a global event. We have schools from over 170 countries that will be joining us throughout the day, which is absolutely remarkable. So some of our schools are just waking up, and some of our schools are already finished their day and are joining from their homes. So welcome to all of you. If you're able to stay for a few minutes or the entire time, we absolutely welcome you. We can't wait to have you with us as part of today's event. Everything will be recorded, so if you have to jump off and if you want to check back in later, you can make sure to join back in, or you can watch the recording as the days move forward this week.
With the Climate Action Project, this year we had more than 5 million participants, students across 172 different countries, and a lot of trees have been planted as well. If you didn't do a few actions yet, feel free to catch up. There's still time to do that because we had those questions many times. And we also have an app which has been used by people globally to keep track of their impact, basically. Some have been doing challenges on it. We will be giving a bit more information on it today, but we had 10,000 people joining and using the app. Just very briefly, the Earth Project app is something we made ourselves with climate scientists, and it's suggesting small actions, small everyday actions you can take at home, at the office, at school, and which is instantly showing your impact and which celebrates your actions as well. So we would really like if you start using the app if you haven't been using it so far.
That's right. I got mine on my phone, ready to track my actions for today. I know we have schools that have been doing that all throughout the project, and you can use the app with your students all year long.
We have a platform for Climate Action Project, and many people have been started to use it. We have been using it for the 2nd time this year, and there are new features on it. It's the best part of it is that people are able to connect with each other, set up virtual interactions between the students, keep track of their students' findings, actions, and solutions, making sure that everybody is able to learn from each other. We do know that some people are really keen on certificates, so we will make sure to get your certificate tomorrow from Climate Action Day, but we also have the certificate for the tree planting and certificate for the Climate Action Project. But today we came with a new one, a golden certificate for those who have been joining all of the aspects, basically all of the weekly steps being taken, all of the badges. They planted a tree, they took action, they came up with solutions. And so you can get that right now. But also important to know is that there is the last badge basically means that you have attended this event, Climate Action Day, and for that you need this code, which we will also put in the description of the recording. Jen, it's the 5th edition. Who would have said, right, 5 years ago?
It?
What were your highlights throughout the past years, you would say?
So we've been joining together as a culminating event for Climate Action Project now for 5 years with Climate Action Day. What started as an idea, thinking that we could go online, celebrate climate action education as a solution for climate change, became something really special. We started having climate scientists, world leaders, youth activists, eager to join in and share their congratulations and their messages for our students. Every year, I have to say, what I get most excited about is hearing from our young people. And so we have youth activists that join and always open up my eyes to new perspectives, new ways of thinking. For me, I learned so much from them. I can't wait to hear from them today. And also our classrooms. So we always have a representative group of schools that are sharing about the actions that they're taking. And they're all so different. That's another part. We have some classrooms that are creating inventions. Some are creating advocacy campaigns. One that I know is going to be sharing today created their climate action box, talking about causes, effects, solutions, and incorporating art. So I'm always most motivated by our young people.
Amazing. I also really liked when Jane Goodall dropped in and we had a conversation with her and a special message for students from David Attenborough. And the interview with President Santos was also really cool to see. But indeed, seeing and having those students and teachers on the event is really, really special, I think. So a lot to expect today. So many different speakers from different categories, I would say, who will be joining us for the next 5 hours. And so really delighted and curious to see how it will go, this 5th edition.
Can't even believe it. Something else that always I see with our community that I feel like puts us in a spot that's different from others is the global nature of our community and how kind our teachers and students are. They're working together. You mentioned that in the platform, classrooms are looking for other classrooms to connect with, to have virtual exchanges with, and they're working together in unity. And so that is a message that we're excited to see today in the chat. Anyone that's sharing, please share about your school, your location, the most beautiful parts of your local environment. Of course, kindness first. So we want to be sure that we're respectful of different cultures, different perspectives, and different viewpoints. So we'll be there. We have a full team here at Take Action Global that is ready to support and guide. If you need anything, please let us know. We're going to be watching in the chat. Excited to see your positive messages of action and unity.
This year, we also want to keep track of the impact for you as a teacher and for the students as well. And so at the platform, you will be able to submit like a short survey. But for the students, we made one as well. And it would be really great to encourage your students to submit this form. It will only take a few minutes, but it will really give us good feedback and rich information on the impacts made throughout the project. So it would be really, really great if you could ask them to submit this survey. I will drop it in the chat right now, which makes it easier for you to go to the survey. And that brings us to our first speaker, Jen.
That's right. So seeing how it is our 5th annual edition, we wanted to invite back some special speakers that have been with us over the years. And Koen, you asked me one of my favorite speakers, and I'm so proud to announce our first speaker, as she has been one of my favorite from last year. So I am pleased to introduce Awa Ndiaye, a young spoken word poet and climate change practitioner. And Awa was with us last year and is so kind to take time to be back with us today to kick off Climate Action Day 2024. So Awa, it's so great to see you. Thank you for being back with us. How have you been? And so excited to hear your message for our global community of young people today.
Thanks, Jen. Yeah, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for having me again. So today I decided to talk about hope because this is a theme I've been particularly passionate about for a long time. I actually did my undergraduate thesis on the theme of hope. So hope is something that I've grappled with myself, and I know so many people increasingly find fleeting in our times. Yeah, I feel that hope is also one of the most important things that we can cultivate if we want to address the climate crisis as well as the other big challenges of our times. It's something that I found myself reflecting upon a lot over the past year, especially seeing people who've lost everything yet somehow whose faith and hope is somehow unwavering. I actually remember a conversation I had with one of my dear friends about 4 years ago, and as you might guess, it was about hope. And that day, my friend taught me that in the times that we live in, even just being carriers of hope is an act towards change. She helped me realize that when we have hope, we can become hope for others, and that deeply resonated because my life journey has been filled and shaped by so many people whose hope, resolve, and passion have like deeply inspired me. So I'm going to share a couple of pieces today on that theme, and I just invite you to listen with your heart. And I hope this is a gift to someone out there in the world. So the first piece I'm going to share is actually sort of about grief. But yeah, it also somehow ties into the theme of hope. So just bear with me. It's called I Offer You My Hands. I offer you my hands as a receptacle for your tears. I offer you my wrapped arms as a blanket around your shivering fears. I pour my palms into a cupful of empathy that I offer you to soothe the burning pain. I offer you my interlocked fingers as a safety net for your falling hope. I offer you my hands full of your tears as healing water for your fears. I offer you my hands, a river of your fears to extinguish the blazing pain. I offer you my hands, the deep waters of your pain as a safe landing for your flopping hope. I offer you my hands so you can also hold the hope while you're holding the pain and the fears and the tears. I offer you my hand so you can grieve. So that's the first piece. And then I'll share a second one, which is actually quite recent, and it is called Hope. I asked her, how do you have hope? How do you keep seeing light when the world is filled with darkness? How do you keep giving and sharing so much of yourself when the insatiable belly of despair seems to swallow everything? How do you keep going when chaos surrounds us from all directions? How do you still smile so ecstatically when it feels like joy has been kidnapped by cynicism and resignation? How do you have so much aspiration when every dream is invaded by impending doom and devastation? How does your imagination not tire when realism constantly bullies it? How do you keep believing when nothing makes sense? She said, "How can I not have hope when hope is what keeps my heart alive? It is what keeps me alive. But hope is not naive denial about the state of the world or passive anticipation for a miracle. It is not some grand ambition to single handedly fix the world either. Hope is not about having answers. It is not about being big enough to stand up to the giant challenges of our times. It is not about being big enough to stand up to the giant challenges of our times." She said, "Hope is about belief. It is the conviction that the world makes sense, the deep knowing that you have purpose. Hope is accepting that we are not in control of the outcome of our actions, but we have so much power in our hands to act for the world we believe in. Hope is about finding meaning in everything. Hope is the bright smile infused with joy that reminds us there is still so much to live for. Hope is a beacon of light that you carry, and it is so, so bright that you and the light become one until you yourself are hope for others." I asked, "Grandma, how do you be hope?" She said, "You just hold on to it. Hope just radiates contagiously and spreads unstoppably when you carry it." So I smiled. Thank you.
Thank you, Awa, for giving us another gift to start our day for Climate Action Day. It's absolutely remarkable, and your smile brings me a lot of hope to see. So a message we all need today, and I can't wait for our students to share back on what inspiration you brought for them. I also want to let you know we have a special speakers guide that students around the world can learn about you and your work. There's links there. So I encourage all the schools to head over to the speaker guide to learn more about Awa. And we have a question for them to consider that they can take away. And our question is, if you could write a poem about your feelings towards the climate crisis, what would you title it? So excited to hear back from our students today and in the future. So thank you for bringing your gifts, and thank you for all you do to inspire hope in our world.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right. With that, we have kicked off Climate Action Day 2024, Koen.
We did. Just one thing I wanted to mention is that in YouTube, you can activate subtitles as well at the bottom. And so if you would like to have subtitles, you can activate those. So we are going to our first group of students, Jen. So we will be having students sharing about their message, their work, their actions, solutions today from different countries, different continents, and it will be throughout the whole day. And we are all set for the first group.
All set. That's right. So we had millions of students participating in the Climate Action Project. They've been sharing their actions, they've been sharing their ideas and their solutions over the past 6 weeks. So if you have your ideas that you want to share out, your actions, your solutions, please be sure to share them in the community platform and on social media today. We'd love to see your stories of action. Our first story of action that we are going to be spotlighting today comes from a group of 6th and 9th graders from Vietnam. Happy to introduce the Vietnam Australia International School and their message of action for us today.
Hello, my name is Liu, the head double ed at Vietnam Australia International School, located in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Now, let's listen to my students to talk about what they have done to join in climate action project.
Studies have shown that air pollution is the agent causing 5 million deaths per year, which is 9% of that globally. It is also one of the factors for optimum growth of COVID-19. Other organisms do too. When certain chemicals evaporate into the atmosphere, acid rain is formed, which weakens trees in the forest. This is the reason why natural disasters are increasing. At the beginning of COVID-19 pandemic, NASA researchers have found that air pollution rate has been falling by nearly 20%, which means we, humans, are the biggest hazards to Mother Nature. We are destroying not just the environment, but also our home. Therefore, it is our responsibility to fix our mistakes, and it is never too late to do so. Starting from reduce, reuse, and recycle. Cut down on what you throw away. Avoid as much plastic as you can. Look at the bigger picture and take action to protect our environment.
Remember, while the challenge of climate change is daunting, but there are numerous solutions. Let's take all steps towards this sustainable future, starting today.
We need you to save the world, save the planet, and to save yourself.
Thank you to all teachers and students. In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Amazing. And so we already go to the next school, Jen.
All right. So Vietnam brought the energy. Let's head over to Pakistan with 5th grade students from the government primary school, Kawajgan, Pakistan.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम। उम्मीद है आप सब खैरियत से होंगे। गवर्नमेंट प्राइमरी स्कूल खौजगान पाकिस्तान से खुशामदीद। We are so happy to be the part of this climate action project. We have started working for our planet. Our school has dedicated all for climate action project. Moreover, we have this fair place attached to our school, and we are planning to make it our school garden. I hope you all will help us in achieving this goal. I am dedicating a poem. Plant a tree, the time is now. To heal the earth we must know how. With every seed the future grows. Greener feet where fresh air flows. Our world depends on roots so deep. Plant today for peace to keep. Thank you so much. Friendship and solidarity. We now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
That's amazing. So thank you so much to the students from Pakistan. We are going to our second speaker, and this is Chef Priyanka. And Chef Priyanka is a TV host, an author, and chef specializing in South Asian and plant-based cuisine. She educates on how to be more eco-friendly in the kitchen and embrace a healthier lifestyle through food. She believes in the power of cooking to connect cultures and foster community, one delicious dish at a time. And you can follow her on Instagram. And here is what she made for us.
I know you all love pasta, but did you know we could take this leftover pasta and make a pizza? Leftover pasta, green peas, a little bit of protein, some breadcrumbs for that extra crunch, flax egg. I know it looks a little strange, and it acts as an egg substitute. A little bit of mashed potato. All we're gonna do is mix. Smash it down. We're gonna drizzle the sides with a little bit more olive oil and give it a little shake, and your pizza moves. Then she's ready to be flipped. her off in the oven until all sides are crispy. Look at that. A little bit of shaved parm. If you know me by now, you know I always love a little green, a fresh basil. I made this zero-waste pizza just for you. Zero-waste cooking never tasted so good.
Chef Priyanka, that looks so delicious. I can't wait to dive in beak first. Thank you for thinking of me, and thank you for all you do for the world.
And we will be hearing from Future Chicken in a few hours. And we will now go to another speaker, because we go from the chef to a famous football player in India. And Bhaichung Bhutia is an iconic Indian football player, and he has been off-field. He supported the Tibetan independency by boycotting the Olympic torch relay. So here is his message for us.
Climate change is a global threat which has got a huge impact on our planet. There are several ways to tackle the emergency, and one solution is having youths coming up with their ingenious solutions and actions. Because our students have the capacity to do amazing things, some will work on prototypes in cardboards, while others will work on solar and wind energy, or even by planting trees. I support the Climate Action Project for bringing together millions of youth worldwide aiming to solve the climate crisis. Kudos to all the great teachers and students in India and globally for their amazing work.
Thank you so much for that message, Bhaichung. Hi, Jen.
Hi, Koen. How cool is that? We're going from all these different areas of professions, from poets to chefs to football players. This is incredible.
It is. And it's time for our next group of students.
Oh, already to a next group. All right. I think we're heading to the Philippines, and excited to hear from students at the Tabak National High School, with high school students sharing about their actions and ideas for the future.
These are the grade 7 students who work at the high school Black Xin Xue, where environment is also a priority. We have a village in Saparalan. We do tree planting, recycling, and a lot more. We too discuss about climate change, its causes and effects, local and global, and its solution. Let's create a move. That's something you have to use the earth and mineral policy. Think you take action Logan or 10? South City Mission, Dr. Libero, and Mrs. Tunyakaw, and all other teachers of the Local National High School International Arts. There is no other climate peak. The name of the is part of your show.
Amazing.
How cool is
We
that?
do have two groups of Indian schools, and the first one, Jen, will be.
All right. So we're going to head from the Philippines over to India. Koen, I see a lot of our schools in the chat from India. So waving hello to them, sending greetings. We're going to hear from one school now from India, MPS LK Wagji International School, with a group of 4th grade science students.
Properly.
Awesome. We had new countries part of the project this year, and it used to be like Sierra Leone and China, but now it's more like the Isle of Man and Papua New Guinea and the Bahamas. And so it's really amazing that we just received a short message from the students in Papua Guinea who joined us for the very first time this year.
Okay, hurry up.
Hello.
We are from St. Peter's Primary School. Climate Action Project. Climate Action Project.
Here we are. We got this one to see. Oh, goodbye.
Isn't that great?
Oh, they're so proud. So many actions happening across the world. Great to see our new school joining in.
So, what we have been doing this year, and I already mentioned the survey, is that we are going to try to get as much data basically about the impact we are creating, about what students are doing, the amount of carbon avoided, reduced, and removed throughout the app. And so we have a first draft of our report, which has been created by our team. And we will make it available very soon at our website. But basically, is showing the students and the teachers' efforts, what has been happening throughout the project, and also by using the app, basically. And when we speak about data and about impact, we have a very perfect person for that, Jen, right?
That's right. So I'm excited to share that our colleague Hila Davies is going to be joining us. And I'm sure you all have been working with Hila or have met Hila along the way. When she's been with us, I think, since the beginning of the Climate Action Day, right, Hila? Last 5 years?
I know. I can't believe it's been 5 years. When you were saying that earlier, I was like remembering all our past Climate Action Days, but I'm so excited to be here for the 5th one.
Well, we have lots to share. We have been working on prioritizing data and impact when we're talking about climate action education. We have had teachers that have been working on this for a long time. And this year, our friends at UNESCO GEM Report have put out an incredible report and a petition for youth that we've been proud to amplify and be a part of. So I'm turning it over to you, Hila, to introduce our next guest, and can't wait for this part of our day.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jen. So I am really excited to announce our next speakers, Dr. Priya Joshi and my good friend Vivek Venkatram. So Dr. Priya Joshi is a senior researcher with the GEM Report at UNESCO, focusing on non-state actors in education and education's role in sustainable development. Her current projects are including a climate change and education policy paper and a South Asia regional report on non-state actors. She holds a PhD in education policy and has held roles at the IMF, UNICEF, and the World Bank. Vivek is a final year philosophy, politics, and economics undergraduate at the University of Warwick. The past year, Vivek has played an active role in shaping discussion forums at COP29 Partnerships Officer at Generation Climate Europe, Europe's largest climate coalition. He was also a coordinator of Plant-Based Universities Warwick and founder of the Warwick Alternative Protein Project, contributing to Warwick University's move towards plant-based foods. So Priya and Vivek, I'm so excited to have you here today. We'll be starting off with a short presentation from Priya, and then we'll move over to Vivek. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us, Hila. Welcome, everyone. I will be speaking on education and climate change, learning to act for people and planet. It's a report we launched last June at the World Environment Day. Next slide. I hope most of you know what the Sustainable Development Goals are. I just want to say that since 2016, the Global Education Monitoring Report, where I work, we have been monitoring education, the education goal, which is SDG 4, as well as what education means for all of sustainable development. And really, our simple premise and our simple assertion is that education and lifelong learning, if it is formulated in the right way, it can lead to a more sustainable future for all. We know that education is linked to all other outcomes, right? Climate, health, poverty. And also education helps build our capacity, our professionals, our non-formal workers, right? To achieve all of the SDGs. And through the SDGs, as well as through our lifelong learning approach, what we have also asserted is that we need to focus on the right kinds and types of learning. If you look at this image that we produced in 2016, you see a classroom that is inclusive, you see school gardens, you see community action and engagement. It is about learning to live with each other as well as with the planet. And at this stage, right, almost 10 years since we began the SDGs, a central sort of thought I have is that we urgently need to build partnerships between the climate and education communities so that we can work together. Next slide. I think it's good news for many of us that if you look at the policy conversation, climate action has moved up the agenda. And so it has also moved up the agenda in education. Climate change education is part of government policy in many countries that we've studied. But one thing that I think is very clear to most of us who are operating at this interface is that education's role in climate action and mitigation remains underappreciated. Education systems globally are underfinanced. Millions don't even have access to quality education. And when I'm in climate type conversations, education is really rarely brought up as a solution for plans and financing. Next slide. And this paper that we developed in June and launched in June really gives you this sense of what it is, right? What is the role of education? We know that education matters. We see that the evidence tells us that education will increase your knowledge. It can increase your awareness. It can lead to climate actions. We know it's important for skills, green skills, and the shortage of green skills is a big issue globally. We've looked at green content around the world in the national curricular frameworks in primary and secondary schools. What we find is that green content is being taught maybe more at higher levels, at higher grades than lower grades, more in science and social science. So all of this is happening, right? There's some appreciation of education's role, but one of the sort of things that I think is clear also is that education systems may not be transforming enough for climate action. More education does not automatically lead to more concern for and more action. Knowledge is just one aspect of how we can change our behavior, right? We need an enabling environment. We need experiential learning. We need a lot of we need a lot of tools to make climate action happen. And climate change education needs to be transformative. I think Take Action Global, all of our partners here know that we need action, education that can help us, build resilience, embrace uncertainty, and be inquiry-based. Next slide. So we've recommended that it is very important to shift the paradigm of education. Can we teach differently, not just learn about climate change, but learn how to deal with it? Can we also research differently? Can we understand the impacts of educating differently for climate and what it means for climate action and mitigation? Can we recognize education as a solution? Can we make sure our higher education and technical and vocational schools are actually equipping students globally? Can we make sure that we are investing in education in the climate finance conversations, right? And as a monitoring report, we of course say commit to monitoring efforts to green education. Next slide. What we have done in the last year through all of our conversations, and is something that I've really stressed, is the reason education and climate conversations might not be mixing is also because we're not always in the same rooms, right? So we need to widen who we're talking to achieve collective impact and build on our existing momentum. We've received endorsements from many actors, including UNDESA, Systems Change Lab, Worldwide Fund for Nature, AFS Youth Assembly, Columbia Climate School, and Mathematica. These are people who are not only in the business of education. And that is what you need to do, right? We need to reach these people. We have engaged in this year with multilateral organizations, academics, researchers, think tanks, civil society, right, TAG, policymakers, funders. I mean, we've just reached a lot of people. My main reflections at the end of this journey, at this point in the journey, is that we need a lot more emphasis on this idea of education as hope, that you can actually engage and make education a really central player in dealing with climate action, and not just focus on adaptation and dealing with the crisis when it hits you. We need to improve research, including with a focus on how we can use technology to understand climate action and its impacts. And a thing that I will always stress is that we need a continued emphasis on breaking silos. It's not just about poor countries or rich countries. It's not about just global issues or national issues. It's not just like the education sector challenge. It's not just about researchers. It's also about action. And I want to celebrate our relationship with Take Action Global because we have found Take Action Global engaging on all of these issues in their innovative ways. And a final slide to sort of tell you that what I think gives me hope and joy is that youth leadership, we all know this, youth leadership is critical for reshaping actions, reshaping decisions. We need the youth to call on governments. This is a petition that we have launched, and its results will be made public during COP29. Sign the petition, call for climate change education to adapt, tell us what you learned at school age yourself, and also add your comments to governments on what they should be doing. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Priya, for sharing that. I think that it's so interesting to really delve deeper into the policy of climate education. And I really enjoyed what you said about how we need a lot of tools, which I think is a perfect segue to bring on Vivek, who will be talking more on this, on experiential learning and what it's like to be educated on climate and his lessons. So thank you so much, Vivek, for joining us. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks so much, Sheila and TAG, for having us, and Priya for sharing the key insights from the UNESCO GEM report. I wholeheartedly agree that education has a tremendous potential to cultivate these climate-conscious communities by going beyond the theory and fostering that socio-emotional learning that connects the science with people's lived experiences. And I think, as you said, Sheila, I've personally seen this transformative impact of climate education through my own work in the way that I think climate education activates personal responsibility and promotes climate positive behavior. And I think back to my primary school classroom, it's been a long time, I'm now in university, to an experience that defined me and my approach to climate action. In primary school, we had a project to create a cardboard home as part of the simulated town of El Hopa. This was a wonderful town, it was weeks of work, and we were adding our cardboard homes into the simulated town. And I think at that point, I felt a real deep connection to the town. And that deep connection brought with it a lot of devastation when a hurricane ripped through this land of El Hopa as part of a climate-induced extreme weather event. And I think the memory of my home in El Hopa still remains etched today. And I think that's been a key piece of experiential learning that has been a driver for my own climate advocacy. And I think it underscores the importance of education in the way that it instills empathy and connects students in places that may be more fortunate, such as my school, to the struggles of those who are most affected by climate change. So I really think it's so critical, the work that UNESCO is doing in order to use climate education as a tool to create a united front for equitable climate solutions. I'm passionate about the findings of the UNESCO GEM report into embedding sustainability into our curriculum, whether at university, whether in high school, or whether at the primary level, to help students envision themselves as an active participant in climate solutions, transforming what they learn into meaningful action that can hopefully ripple out to the community and beyond. So in my own personal capacity, I've tried to do that and embed climate action education as a university fellow at the Warwick International Higher Education Academy. And as a youth representative for the GEM report, I think I want to emphasize, as Priya said, how critical it is that we break this, that we show how climate education is part of this nexus of different climate solutions. It's critical to adaptation, it's critical to mitigation, and relevant to the upcoming COP, it is a key part of climate finance that needs to be emphasized. I think education is often neglected, and we need to, through conversations like this, emphasize its role in promoting climate action.
Thank you so much, Vivek. I really enjoyed what you said about education being within that nexus. I think it's so important that we're looking at climate through an interdisciplinary lens as well. So I'd love to bring both you and Priya together to have a short conversation. I've got a couple questions for you both after your inspiring talks. So my first question for you today is maybe a bit topical, but sadly the conversation around climate is usually a difficult one when it comes to conversations between friends, family, or policymakers. So how do you think we can manage those difficult conversations around climate, especially when we're coming up against people who might not agree with us?
Priya, would you like to take that first?
Sure. I think this is a very important question, right? It is about, I think, the silo conversation really gives me some learnings on this. When you're speaking to someone who doesn't really get you or doesn't come from your perspective, the most important thing is to find commonality and to start speaking some components of the same language. The Yale Climate Change and Communication Institute has done a lot of sort of thinking about this, right? So in the United States, for example, where climate change is not as popular a word across the country, different terms, like maybe like local community or environment, or like different terms can help you get to the same message. This is, I think, a real piece that we have to all learn, to actually listen to what the other person needs to hear and then communicate it in a way that they understand. Yeah.
Thank you, Priya. Vivek, do you have any thoughts?
Sure. So I think Priya's covered a lot of what I agree with, and I just want to add one point to what Priya said, and echoing that point and bridging the divide. I think finding a common baseline is so important through these conversations. Oftentimes, when you kind of put labels on the other person, I think it closes that door for conversation, and we've seen that recently as well. And I think it's so important to be clear in what the climate science is, but try your best to shape the narrative in a way that other people might understand. I think when we speak in common terms and we speak a lot common language, then our message goes further. I think that's true for climate action as well.
I totally agree. I really liked your point about engaging each other in different ways. And I think that is pivotal in the conversations we have with each other. But I'm also curious to know if you think that there is a different format that we should be engaging each other around climate that you think would be most beneficial in having those conversations.
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to start first with that. I think that there shouldn't be a given format for engaging with climate action. I think by virtue, climate action takes many different forms, one of which is through climate education to bridge that divide with the science and underscore the importance of taking action in your own local communities. I think another way is really believing in the power of local action. So small steps within your community to raise awareness, or in your institution for those in university, can spark change at the national or global level. And I think it's really important to find people who are your allies, who are committed to change, and knowing that every effort matters. Even when you face resistance, trying to approach it from a place of kindness is super important. But I think at the end of the day, persistence and collective efforts to driving awareness, to driving change is what we desperately need.
All right. Well, thank you both so much for joining us today. I have one quick question for you. And what is a key takeaway that our students listening can take away from the GEM report, an action that they can put into action? Sorry, a roundabout way of saying it. Priya, do you have anything to share?
I think I would really stress the silo point, right? That make sure that you're not just talking to people who are already, on board. That is very important. And I think this idea of education, what is happening in your school systems, the public school systems, where you sort of spend a lot of your life. This El Hopa story is very important. We need governments around the world to build more of this into their curriculum, so that children leave with a real understanding of and reduce that psychological distance to, it might not happen to them, right? And then what that does is that it cultivates a lifelong sort of appreciation of what climate action will mean for you and for your community and for your society. So I think it's very important that you call on governments, sign that petition, make sure your voices are heard, and then of course, and be specific, in what you're asking. I think these are the things I would say.
Yeah, if I may add one thing as well, I think it's so important, given yesterday's series of events and the implications of climate policy, to not be disheartened if you're a member of the youth and you feel that there's a lot of weight on your shoulders, that climate policy is moving in a different direction than you intended it for. I think the persistent efforts that we can make in our own ways is really important, along with these broader efforts that UNESCO is taking with the GEM report. Signing the petition is so important.
All right. Well, thank you both so much. This has been such an interesting and fruitful conversation, and I really appreciate you both being here today. Enjoy the rest of your days. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Hila. That was fantastic. Always so incredible to hear from Priya and the work that they're doing at UNESCO and the GEM report, and Vivek's feedback from a youth perspective. Wonderful to hear. I know there's going to be a number of youth perspectives that are coming out with the GEM report on climate education. Also wanted to note that the newly released GEM report is on leadership. Really important, I think, for our community, as our community of educators and students are leaders with their identity as climate action educators. So be sure to check that out as well. And as you go through both of those reports, let us know your feedback and ways that you are taking action in local areas. So I am thrilled to share that we have another leader joining today. We are very proud of our work in New York City, the backyard of the United Nations, where we have a great pleasure of doing a lot of work around the UN Sustainable Development Goals, most specifically SDG 4 and SDG 13, looking at the connections of quality education and climate action. And someone that is leading the way, happy to introduce our next speaker, Meredith McDermott. And Meredith is the Chief Sustainability and Decarbonization Officer for New York City Public Schools, overseeing climate and sustainability efforts for nearly 2,000 schools. This is a massive school district. So Meredith, our school leaders and world leaders are really excited to hear from you today. Thank you. I know you all have a lot happening in New York City around climate action today, so thank you for taking time to be with us.
I'm so glad to be here. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, for having me here. It's so great. Even though I can't see you all, I can feel you all. But again, I'm Meredith McDermott. I oversee the Office of Energy and Sustainability at New York City Public Schools. It's pretty much the largest office of its kind in the United States. It's something that we've grown over the last many years. And I could not be more proud to represent nearly 1 million students and 100,000 teachers across almost 1,900 public schools. It's the largest and most diverse public school system in the United States. We serve the most meals. We serve almost 1 million meals a day. We use about 1/3 of all of New York City's energy every single day. So we've got a very massive environmental footprint. So we take that very seriously. But even better, we really try to bridge to our actual school communities themselves, which to us is the most important thing. I just want to say quickly is congratulations to all of you, this amazing number of schools participating in the Global Climate Action Project. It's very, very inspiring and motivating to us here in New York City and very far beyond. I want to just say thank you for all of your initiative and leadership and all of your projects. And also thank you to Take Action Global for really making this massive and significant global collaboration possible. I think it shows us, it really makes us hopeful. And I really want you all to feel some hope too, that we here in New York and many, many others across the country and of course world are really trying to take this seriously, specifically youth voice and youth leadership in the climate crisis, and really taking a stronger and stronger role in climate leadership. So I'm honored to be here on behalf of my team, our schools, and to be able to really have my job in the first place. About 12 years ago, 10 years ago, jobs like this didn't even exist. So to see now that it's not only exists across the country, but it also exists in other kind of higher level forms that provides us a greater ability to advocate for our schools and to really represent our schools in every single policy decision that is discussed. Priya had mentioned previously about how disparate a lot of policies are. Climate policies, sustainability, environmental can be very, very separate from educational policies. We're really trying to make sure that that doesn't happen ever again. Despite all of the challenges out there and some of the new barriers that might be coming our way, we are very, very adamant that we have to keep forging this path forward. So my office, we not only see energy management and sustainability policy, programs and outreach to reduce our environmental impact in about 1,500 buildings, but our real joy and opportunity and motivation really comes from getting to connect to young people and to our educators. So for about 9 years, we've advanced our organization's sustainability commitments and climate goals in each of our buildings, but most importantly, we've aimed to activate and empower our students and teachers. So something that these are going to be things that I'm going to say, and again, please know that I mean these things that I say, and I try to say this out loud anytime I'm around students and teachers. So we aim to affirm and underscore the value and importance of students and teachers as agents of positive change and climate leadership. Education is a key catalyst to system change, rapid progress, consistent and continued progress, and community resilience, all of which are essential in the climate fight. We cannot truly meet our climate or just transition goals or provide real-world skills and knowledge for young people without centering schools as a climate solution and priority. We believe climate education is a climate solution and should be a climate priority. And we are right alongside all of you to amplify this message here in New York City, across the country, and hopefully now being connected to you all across the globe. So we work to decarbonize our buildings or reduce emissions. We do lots of really interesting climate-focused infrastructure and operational upgrades, clean energy like solar. We do a lot of energy reduction and efficiency. And we're working really every day to fundamentally, we're aiming to improve the teaching and learning environment for our staff and students. We're trying to make it better. We want to make it more efficient and have it have less impact. That's really a driving force, but we really want it to be a place where students are able to learn in a better, more efficient, and more sustainable environment every single day. So we aim to address climate action at the school level and at a system level. We link the climate priority to human rights, environmental justice, wellness, teaching, learning, and the everyday experience for our students. Some of our major initiatives, I just thought it was so great being on this global Climate Action Day. We actually implemented a citywide New York City for all of our public schools, something called Climate Action Days as well last year. And really it was very similar in its intention. We really aim to raise awareness, galvanize momentum and interest in school-based leadership. We also were trying to break through to more and more people, as some of the previous speakers have been saying, we have to keep breaking through to other people. It can't just always be the same group in there. You got to maintain those people. You have to keep pushing forward to build the network and group of advocates as well. So we also really want to, through our climate action days, we really are trying to encourage innovation, but also fun. Sometimes we lose track of the fact that these things can be fun. These are great opportunities. This is fascinating, highly relevant stuff. We really want young people especially to feel connected to this and see themselves in some of this work both now and in the future. Over 1,200 schools participated in our 4 climate action days that we held last year, and we are just about to have our next one on November 19th. We trained teachers, we provided resources, we go out and we support schools on the day of these events, but so far it's been a huge success. And I'm hoping that we're able to really tag on to some of the global efforts that you all are undertaking too. Another big thing that we're really prioritizing is professionalizing climate education and offer options for our teachers, whether it's covering substitutes so teachers can actually leave a classroom for a period of time to go and learn about different topics in climate ed to feel more prepared to teach whatever they may teach, whatever subject, whatever grade level. We want to help to prepare and support teachers to integrate climate education across all of our grade levels and subject areas. We believe teachers deserve respect. They also need support and resources to be able to integrate climate education into their classrooms. So we prioritize this in any work that we do. We host events like climate institutes, climate action challenges. We have teacher-led programs. We also create and foster teacher leadership through such things as our climate education leadership team. We have been running a group of about 45 teacher leaders from across New York City for 5 years. We're in our 5th year of this leadership team, and it's really a small group of very dedicated, passionate educators who come together with us at least every month. And what we're really trying to do is figure out ways to provide peer-to-peer support. So how can teachers lead other teachers across subjects and grades so that they feel, again, like they have preparation, that they feel supported, and that they feel that they're connected to a growing network of their peers to do this work every single day in all of our schools. One of the sort of prides and joys of our sort of daily existence is something that we are also prioritizing. We are really trying to normalize and prioritize youth leadership in climate action. So not just saying we like to talk to kids, we're actually committed to doing it. We are committed to student involvement and leadership, and so that they can lead real life and integrate real life youth perspective into our work. They advise us, they steer us in the right direction. We are trying to really make sure that they integrate their perspective and voice into every single thing that we're doing. Policies, plans, programs, and all of our progress really is based on our youth leadership programs. Adults just have to make the time and the space. We want to, for kids, we really want students to come and convene. We are in our 5th year of our Youth Leadership Council. It's a group of about 40 high school students from across the city. They lead other workshops for younger students. They do mentoring, peer-to-peer engagement. They also help to develop our annual youth climate summits that we hold. We are about to do our 7th one this year. They not only facilitate content, they run workshops, they help to plan it, and really our youth climate summits are reflective entirely of their goals and their voice, not ours, it's theirs. So the evolution of this work in the last few years is humongous and significant. We do a lot of career-connected workforce development programs too, to connect students to hard skills training for jobs in the growing green economy. So again, we have also integrated climate education formally into New York City climate plans for the first time in spring of 2022. So we established the platform, gave the imperative, but now we have to use that, we have to leverage that imperative to continue to expand teacher support, school leadership support, and student support. We want to demonstrate that a commitment and a network of support can make change and have impact, and that schools can, should, and do lead the way for everybody else in the fight against the climate crisis. and that they have the best position of them all and really can truly do the best work that there is that will model not only for other students and young people around the world, but they're also going to model all of this for the adults who are creating the policy that will inevitably support it. So these things are inextricably linked now and hopefully forever. And I just want to say thank you, and to keep up the fight. You are making a difference. You are making progress. We see it here more and more every day. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I hope that learning a little bit about what we're doing in New York City helps you to know that some of these things are actually happening out there, even in places that might surprise you. So thank you all again.
Thank you so much, Meredith. And we really look forward to continuing working with you and the schools in New York. Thank you so much.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go to our next speaker. We go right to Ireland, where we have a very special person waiting for us, because Mary Robinson is an Irish lawyer, a politician, a diplomat who served as President of Ireland, being the first woman to hold that post. She was later the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and she also founded and is a member of the Elders. So delighted to have you, President. Hello.
Hello, yes. Hi.
So
do you want me to begin?
We are really curious to hear about you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, hello all. I'm actually very glad to take part in this Action Day, Climate Action Day, because I love intergenerational events. And I know a lot of the people listening are a good deal younger than I am, but that's a kind of sharing of experience. And very often we hear from young people and learn from them. I decided to speak today on connecting to grow our power. And I will explain that. We know that the election yesterday in the United States was bad news, basically, for those of us who understand the seriousness of the climate and nature crisis in our world. Today, indeed, we had more proof of that urgency, because we are told that 2024 is going to be designated the hottest year ever, and that for a good deal of that year, we were above 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, this doesn't mean that we've reached that in climate terms. That would take at least several years, if not a decade, of being above 1.5, but it's obviously not good news. And the evidence is all around us. You know, look at that terrible flooding in Spain with so many deaths in the mud. Look at the wildfires everywhere, the drought, the increased hurricanes that are causing such devastation in Florida, but also in small island states. The suffering of people. This has happened for many, many years in developing countries, but now it's happening all over the world. Rich countries, poor countries, it doesn't matter. That's our reality. You cannot negotiate with nature. You cannot negotiate with science. So what do we have to do? I recently acquired a new hat. I'm one of the guardians of the planetary boundaries. There are 9 planetary boundaries. It's the work of Johann Rockström, a very good climate scientist, and his colleagues in the Potsdam Institute in Germany. And we're in breach of 6 of those 9 planetary boundaries. Mind you, when we came together in the 80s, in the 1980s, and I remember that very well, we retrieved one of those planetary boundaries, the ozone layer. It was opening up, and we were afraid we were all going to fry. And we discovered there were chemicals that were causing it. And quite quickly, we got the Montreal Protocol. We dealt with that problem. Climate and nature is more complicated. It's more varied. It's harder to address in that way. But the evidence of the impact is, as I said, all around us. So I suppose we should ask, why are political leaders not responding with the urgency that is required of the climate and nature crisis? Why? Indeed, in Europe, for example, at the moment, farmers are saying it's too costly. Businesses are saying, well, maybe we should slow things a little bit. And there's again that election in the United States with President Trump as president-elect again will not help at all. The problem, in fact, is an unequal battle about the kind of energy we should be using. On the one side, you have the fossil fuel lobby, which is very well organized, very well funded, has a huge communications program, spends, Al Gore estimates, more than $4 billion a year. And there are lots of other ways in which they use their political and other influence. They're great friends of President-elect Trump, as we have to call him again. And this is serious because they are using their communications to miscommunicate with misinformation, with bad science, with muddying the issues, telling us we can't tackle poverty without fossil fuel, telling us that developing countries need to develop their full potential like everybody else did. All these false arguments are being used to slow down because they're making profits, huge profits, and they want to go on making huge profits in what is destroying our world. As a result, the B team of business leaders, which is a good group of business leaders that I belong to. I'm not a businesswoman. I think I'm their moral conscience, maybe. Anyway, they estimate that the world actually spends about $1.8 trillion, which is an awful lot of money, on what is harming us, by which they mean on fossil fuel subsidies and bad land management. So if we could shift even a proportion of that money, we could move much faster to the world we need to be looking forward to. We are on the cusp of a much, much better world, a renewable energy powered world, a circular economy, no waste, and in particular, affordable renewable energy to developing countries who can then leapfrog into the kind of lifestyle that we enjoy in the rest of the world. And have much better health, much better education. I mean, we should be all very excited about this world together that's just around the corner if we can move out of fossil fuel more rapidly and into this clean energy. But we're not going to get there unless we communicate well and grow our strength, connect and grow our strength. So we need radical connection, radical communication, and radical collaboration. The truth is there are millions and millions of us who are working to reduce our emissions if we're in the developed world, to adapt more if we're in the poorer parts of the world where they've been hit for so long by the climate shocks. But all over the place now, we need to adapt. We need loss and damage. We need just transition out of fossil fuels, bearing in mind the workers in coal and oil and gas who have to be looked after. So we need all of these things. And of course, this COP that I'll be at shortly in Baku is about finance. We need to shift the finance, and that will help to move the needle, to make things happen much more rapidly. And a lot of that finance needs to go to local communities to help them to adapt, to protect themselves from the shocks, but also to get into this affordable, renewable, clean energy, to be able to heat their homes in a way that's compatible and sustainable. And all of this is at the moment slightly out of reach, even though renewable energy has become so much cheaper because of the subsidies on fossil fuel, because the battle is unfair, because it's going in the wrong direction. Young people are essential. Women have stepped up, and I want to tell you particularly about this. You can see a big, it's on this side, no, this side, I can't find the side now. The Project Dandelion. The dandelion that I'm wearing is a nature symbol. It's wonderful. It's a beautiful flower that I used to think was a nasty weed that should be got rid of. It grows on all continents. Yes, it's very resilient. You can't get rid of it if you want to, because it will come back. And it's also very regenerative of the soil because it's got deep roots. And you can eat or drink any part of the dandelion. There's no waste. And how do you spread it? You blow. Children blow the seeds, 1,000 seeds. And this is what we want to use as a symbol of a women-led, but not women only, women-led climate justice movement. And I've seen how it's working. You will see at COP29, those of you who are able to go there, you will see all over the place those who are wearing the dandelion, and it's more and more young people, young women, but also young men, I'm glad to say. We don't want to exacerbate this gender gap, which was a big problem in the United States. I don't like that at all. Let's get together more. And young people should join with us as women leaders. It's your future. And what we want to do is to connect, get out of our silos, help each other, talk about each other. Don't be afraid you lose your funding if you praise somebody else who's doing good work in a similar area. It won't. It'll lift and make it more important. Politicians need to hear the thousands of voices together. Indigenous peoples, farmers, young people, business, philanthropy, entrepreneurs, scientists, artists, filmmakers, all of us who are on the right side of this, together now, compelling politicians to take the right decisions because we don't have any time. We are running out of time. Time is actually the span of the term of President-elect Bush. The next 4 or 5 years are absolutely critical. So now let me just end with a saying of Nelson Mandela. He brought the elders together. He told us to bring hope. And one of his very good phrases is, "It always seems impossible until it is done." So let's do it. Let's do it together. Let's do it by radical connection, radical communication, radical collaboration. Let's move to this much better world and join us because we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President Robinson, for that really such an inspiring message of hope. I really liked what you were saying about that we're on the cusp. I think especially right now, it can very much feel like we're going backwards. But I think that our students are going to learn from your talk that, we just need a little push and then we're there if we can have that radical connection, as you said. So thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. And I love the Climate Action Days. And I hope that people will feel a bit more hope in this difficult time.
Thank you.
Okay, so Hila, are you ready for the next slot?
I am, Koen. Let's go.
Okay, so I'm really pleased to introduce a very special person, Princess Esmeralda of Belgium, and she's a journalist, an author, and activist. She is the president of the Leopold III Fund for Nature Exploration and Conservation. And I'm also very pleased that I have been seeing her a few times more this year. Hello, madam.
Hello, Koen. How are you?
I'm well, and you?
Fantastic. I was so pleased to hear Mary Robinson, who is really an inspiration for so many of us. She's a fearless defender of nature, of indigenous people, of women. Fantastic to hear her and her energy.
Okay, and now we are looking forward to listening to you, and we have Hila asking you some questions. Thank you.
Hi, Hila.
Hi, madam. How are you? Nice to meet you finally. Well, not in person, virtually. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm really excited to hear what you have to say. So I think we'll get straight to it. So my first question for you today is, can you tell us a bit about what inspired your work in climate, especially with Indigenous groups?
Well, I have been working in environment, in climate for a long time, and always linking the fact that it is about justice, about human rights, because it concerns all of our human rights, to food, to air, to water, to a place to live. And of course, indigenous peoples are on the front line. First of all, because they are in part of the world where they depend so much on the environment and where you have extreme weather events, especially lately. So they are really victims. But what is so important, there are also solutions. They have lived for centuries in harmony with nature. They know so much about everything, the water system, the climate, of course. And even scientists, for example, in Brazil, have been impressed by their knowledge. And so we can learn from them. We have to work with them. They have been discriminated over centuries because of colonization. They are still victims of all the multinationals that try to extract resources from the place where they live. So it's about justice, but it's also about collaboration.
Thank you for sharing that. I think it's such an important message as well for our students who've been taking part in the Climate Action Project, because they've been collaborating with each other, with different groups from different cultures, and knowing that in sharing that knowledge, we can, have better climate action and better climate solutions. So thank you. My second question for you. So I was following your journey on social media last week, and I saw that you're at COP16 in Cali, Colombia. So I'd love to know what were some lessons and key takeaways from the event that you could share with us and our students.
Well, it was a very important meeting on biodiversity. First of all, because Colombia seems to be really on a different path now. They put nature as the center. They also decided to support the idea of a treaty on fossil fuel non-proliferation. So they are taking really some radical steps. And indigenous peoples were very much part of the conversation. They agreed to put them in the negotiation place, which is something fantastic. So that was very vibrant and very optimistic, I would say. Now, the downside is that, like so many of those conferences, you arrive to the end, you have to take decision, to make really some important decision, and then it stopped. And that's very frustrating. It always happens, whether it is for climate or biodiversity. We don't go to the end of the game, which is money, obviously, and really some meaningful action.
Yeah, it's a sad sentiment, really, and I think that talking to our students, they feel like the same, that there isn't real tangible things that they can do for the climate, but there are, like, that's what the Climate Action Project is showing. So I would also love to know, to all the young people listening as well, what do you think are the best ways they can be part of that solution, to take that conversation forward, and specifically what actions can they take?
Yeah, of course they have to be part of it. First of all, because it's their future, your future we are talking about. And so young people should be really everywhere in all the discussions. And I think, yeah, sometimes you hear people, young and old, saying, what can I do? It's true, the big decision have to be taken by the leaders, by the government, and it's not because you are going to not use a plastic straw that you are going to solve the whole problem. No. But it's also true that with numbers, we can make a difference, especially being part of the conversation. I think children, and your program show that, have a lot of ideas, and if they exchange with every part of the world, other young people, they can really build a big movement. They can influence their family, they can influence their friends. It's really important now to collaborate, to connect, and just trying to learn from each other, learn from the South. We have a tendency in Europe to think that we are the most important. No, 85% of the world population is what we call the global South. So it's about time that we really collaborate and that we exchange knowledge.
I totally agree. I think that collaboration is definitely the solution. And I'm really curious to know, actually, so when you were talking, I was thinking about that intergenerational piece, and we'll be hearing from one of your friends later on in the stream who made a documentary film about you. And I was interviewing him, and he was talking a lot about going to the Amazon and how special it was to see the intergenerational relationship between yourself and your father, who had also written a book there. So I'm curious to know, when you are interacting with these Indigenous groups, do you see that intergenerational knowledge sharing between elders and children within those communities to share their knowledge about the climate as well?
A lot. And even if some young Indigenous want to be obviously part of the city world and of the modern world, it doesn't matter. because it's not because they have a mobile phone or because they use, I don't know, social media, that they are not proud of their roots and of their wisdom, and they listen to the elders. And it's really good to see that that conversation and all the solutions that come out of that.
Thank you. I think that's a good sentiment for everyone listening as well. I have one more question for you today. So what's next for you? What are your climate goals for 2025? How can our students follow along with all the amazing work that you're doing?
Well, it's a very important year, 2025, because we will have the COP climate in Brazil, in the Amazon. So we have this film that you will talk about with my co-director later, with Gert Peter Busch. But so we are working on that. I'm also working on a new project about inspirational story, because storytelling is very important to give hope to young people and to everybody. So it's called Sueña, which means dream in Spanish. And yes, that's also what I'm working on, to have some inspiration from successful story on the ground.
Thank you for sharing that. That's such a lovely way to end this conversation. I think for all our students listening, you know, we can dream, but we can also make those dreams a reality and take action. So thank you so much for joining us today, madam. It's been a pleasure talking with you, and good luck with COP and the rest of 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. How amazing was that, Jen?
Wow, we've had quite the lineup already. That was a beautiful conversation. Thank you so much, Hila.
Of course.
All right, well, I know we're excited for our next group of presenters and eager to have you introduce them and ask them to join in.
Yes, absolutely. So our next speakers are two students who have designed a climate game for us, which we will be trialing on our virtual arcade, for the first time. So I'm pleased to introduce Drew and Logan. Drew is a programmer and music composer out of the duo Team Recovery, and he has experience in all forms of programming and dreams of continuing with music. And Logan is an aspiring young entrepreneur and astronautical engineer. He enjoys digital design, drawing, and photography. So these two students are coming for Games for Change, which is a non-profit organization committed to supporting game designers in making games for social good. And Drew and Logan competed in the Games for Change Student Challenge last year, receiving a prize for their game Port Pickup. So nice to meet you, Logan and Drew. It's so lovely to have you on the stream today. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. Thank you for having us. It's nice to meet you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you too. So I just wanted to kickstart, before we show your game to the world, I would love to know, could you tell us a bit more about the game and what inspired it and what was the process of making the game like?
So last year, small correction, it was Thread. Port Pickup was 2022. But so last year we made a game for Games for Change, and it was for the theme
Recycle the Runway.
Yeah, sorry. It's been a while. And so you basically cut out clothing and then you stitch it together, and all of the fabrics that you cut were sustainable materials. So we both researched and looked into every single type of sustainable piece of clothing and fabrics, and then we put it into our game, and you actually use those fabrics, and it educates the player on what fabrics are better and what are more sustainable and the costs and all of that in our game.
That's awesome. Thank you. And what impact do you think games like the ones that you've been creating or the other ones that have been created by students can have in inspiring people to take action for the planet?
We think games can really have an impact on, especially for the younger generations. They can introduce problems in climate that people may not have known about before, or any other solutions. Like, we will talk about Port Pickup. We had basically you went out into the ocean, and we did research on all this trash that goes into the ocean and everything that gets dumped in. And you go out and you collect trash, and you have to bring it back in, and you're trying to pick up the ocean and help with all the toxic fumes that can happen or anything like that. So we think that games can especially because everyone enjoys playing games or doing something like that. It's really like a simple, it's a fun way to get anybody involved or interested in climate change.
I totally agree. And I've been having a look at the games the past few days. So I'm really excited. I'm going to be sharing my screen right now to be presenting our virtual arcade to all our viewers. So 1 second. Yeah, so we will, let's see if this works. Sorry, apologies with the delay. So for the first time ever, we've been working with Games for Change to create a virtual arcade. And this is currently on our website, climateactionday.net. My screen sharing is not working, unfortunately, but I can talk you through. So if you go to this link, which is currently on the screen, you will be able to see our virtual arcade PDF document. And within that document, we have a list of games that are made by students for students to learn about climate action. So within the document, you can find during Logan's game, Port Pickup, along with a couple other games. You can click the links and you can play them. They're really easy to learn. I am not a gamer at all, but I managed to pick them up. And honestly, they were so professional as well. I was really impressed, guys, with your game. I was playing it yesterday. And yeah, it's such a fun way as well to learn about, I guess, like, do like a simulated version of climate action. And yeah, it's also really fun as well to play the games. So do you guys have like any top tips for people playing your game? Anything that our viewers should be aware of if they are choosing to play your game after this?
Just keep an open mind. We made them as students and for a target audience of people who already know slightly on how to play games. So it's a little difficult for some to understand, like say you don't really play games a lot, or like you're a mom and don't really participate in that. It's kind of hard to grasp, but once you like work through the tutorial, or if you look at a guide for it, you'll have a lot of fun with them, I'm sure. But other than that, I think it'd be fine.
Yeah, we did try our best. And a lot of the times we have school going on and we have a lot of other stuff. So making games, we didn't have a lot of free time to do, but we still tried our best.
Well, awesome. Thank you both so much for joining us today. I think maybe later on in the stream, if I can get my screen share working, we'll be able to show all of our viewers the virtual arcade, maybe play some games together. But thank you so much for giving some context on the game, and I'm really excited for all of our students to start playing it. So thank you for joining us, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was amazing. I like games. I've been playing them since I was 14, I think. On a very old computer.
That's
Okay.
right. Well, on the topic of play, we are excited to bring in our experts in play and fun for our next part of today's event. Right, Koen?
Right. And I like this guy called David. And you will start realizing why, I think, because he's awesome. And I also liked Lego since I was a lot younger than 14, I think. But David Pallash is the senior manager for responsibility at the Lego Group, and he works as part of the Build to Change team, inspiring students to come up with ideas for real-life solutions to issues affecting our planet. And here's to David. Hi, man.
Hi, folks. Good to see you, Jen and Koen and everyone else.
Hey, David.
I love seeing you guys. Always. Thank you for that nice introduction. I'll pay you later. Thank you.
Right. So David, you want us to give a little bit context to your work, right? And so we have a video for that, right?
We do.
And so the video will show a little bit about Build to Change. And here's the video.
Build the Change gives a voice to millions of children around the world. A a free program by the LEGO Group that sees children reimagine tomorrow.
Wow!
By taking on challenges that our planet and people face today, all through play. They come up with ingenious, inspiring,
We have to make a hospital inspired by a lobster. I know it sounds weird.
surprising solutions with any materials available. Immersed in exciting places and important issues through easy-to-use resources for educators and caregivers, as well as online and in-person experiences.
To limit the impact of climate change, we'll need more ideas. Ideas like yours.
In schools, events,
Are you guys ready to have some fun today?
and at home. This matters because children care about the future.
The animals need to help the plants need to help us.
This is a convention that, could really help and change the planet. And we'll need everyone's creative ideas to build a brighter one.
I made a home for the bees. I get to explode with all my creativity that I have built up inside.
Their ideas can change the world. They just need to be heard. Together, we can build the change.
Well, there you have it, folks. That's what it's all about. Your ideas, young people's ideas. It gets us so excited in the LEGO Group because we have this amazing tool called Play, not just the bricks, but Play in general, any materials. And you can use that tool to share your ideas, to come up with new ideas, to share, collaborate, learn new things, build empathy, compassion, all these things that we need to solve all those problems that you're hearing today. And it's not on your shoulders. It's not on young people's shoulders. There is a lot of hope still, and that's what we try and convey through Build the Change. It's one of the LEGO Group's biggest kind of global programs, social impact programs, and it's a real pleasure to give you a little challenge today. So don't feel you have to do it now. I'm going to give you a challenge in a second, a brand new one. You are the first people to see this video that you're going to see in a minute. Very exciting. World exclusive. But I'm going to give you a quick run through. Let's thank you guys. If we can have the next slide. Thank you. So as Koen said, well, it needs updating. This year I became a director of learning through play. I'll have you. It's a very important role in the LEGO Group, and I take it with a lot of responsibility. So I basically look at learning through play and the power we can have within our social impact program, our social responsibility agenda. I am crazy about wildlife. I've always been an environmentalist. I studied environmental science at university. I am crazy about wildlife, especially. Biodiversity is my bag, especially birds. So I just want to point that out. So all the content that you see coming out of the Build the Change program, please know that there is a wildlife nerd behind it that is really passionate about this and really passionate about getting ideas from children and young people. I'm also the calmer of Lego horses, as you can see. That's just a funny one. And I'm a dad. So I have seen my children grow up surrounded by nature and how important it is to have that instilled in them. Next slide, please, because we are going to look at the topic. I'm going to give you a challenge soon. This is like the quickest Build the Change experience you're ever going to see, but I'm so happy to be giving it. We have a new animation that we made. You may have seen Cornell Lab as a sponsor of the slides. Now, they have made this with us. They're amazing. They're based, obviously, in Cornell University. They're the guys behind the Merlin Bird app, if you've heard of that. They've helped us make this awesome animation on frogs. Let's watch it because it's all about frogs and climate change. Everyone watching, you know what climate change is, so I'm not going to introduce that, but I am going to show you what it means for frogs. But before we do that, let's have a quick poll. Let's have a look at the next slide. In the chat, let's have a look. If someone on the team could just let me know what comes in as well. I want you to put in your chat which number you think for this question. So do you think frogs are impacted by climate change? Number 1, not at all. Number 2, not really. Or number 3, yes. Let's see what comes in the chat. And if Koen, Jen, or Hila could share in the chat what they see, I will share it back to you. But what do you think? What do you think is? I'll tell you what. Koen, how's it looking?
So we have 1, we have a tree, and we have another tree. So please keep it coming. Tree. Lots of trees.
Wow. A lot of people. Oh, I can see the chats now. Brilliant. That's really helpful. Amazing. Technology today, eh? Well, thank you all for taking that quick poll. We're going to watch a video now. Very short. A world exclusive. Never been seen. Roll the tape, Koen. Here we go.
This is a frog. There are over 6,000 species of frogs around the world. Frogs are amphibians who need water like pools, lakes, or ponds to lay their eggs. Once the eggs hatch, the baby tadpoles will need that water to stay around until they can grow legs and hop away. Frogs are an important part of the food chain. They eat a lot, mostly invertebrates like insects and worms. And other animals eat them for their dinner. So, if frogs disappear, the ecosystems that rely on them will also be threatened. Hotter and colder temperatures caused by climate change are a big problem for frogs. They have thin skin and no scales, fur, or feathers, so they don't have much protection if things get really hot or really cold. Drier conditions caused by climate change can dry up the pools where they lay eggs before the tadpoles are ready to leave. Luckily, people are working on creative ways to protect frogs. Protecting and rebuilding shallow water habitats, called wetlands, with plenty of water, plants, and food for frogs, will help keep them safe from the heat and cold. Building special tunnels under roads can help frogs reach places to lay their eggs safely without being hit by cars. But to protect frogs from the impacts of climate change, we'll need more creative ideas. Ideas like yours. Together, we can build the...
So there you have it, folks. That is the introduction. I hope you enjoyed that short video. It is, I love the team that worked on that. They're geniuses. So moving to the next slide. Now you've seen that, your challenge, if you choose to take it, is to design something, build something, create something to protect your frog friends against the impacts of climate change. It can be anything you like. Imagine anything is possible. Totally go wild and crazy with your ideas. That's what we want to hear. And to share those with us, we have a slide here. We'll put links in later to let you know how to share it. But we do have the next slide that shows educators how to share their ideas. So you can see that there. And there is a QR code. We'll get all of that to you later. I just wanted to call out that you can share directly with us as well. Also, if you go to the next slide, when you share your ideas, we will also get them onto our gallery. So lego.com has a Build the Change gallery. We are collecting thousands of ideas from children around the world. And basically, we want to use these ideas, show them to governments, policymakers, influencers, anyone in positions of power. Show them that children's ideas matter. They're awesome. You are free thinkers. You are full of genius, crazy imagination. So we want to remind grown-ups that they should listen and they should incorporate you into decision making. It's what we're talking about as part of Climate Action Day through and through. So that is your challenge. Please do get involved. We'll send links on how to send your ideas in, or you can send them to Koen and Jen as well. But yeah, we can't wait to see what you come up with. Koen, over to you. Are you there? There you are.
Oop, that's a little too big. Sorry for that. And let's get Jen too, right? So David, there's something you did with Pharrell, and I'm really jealous about you, and I think Jen is as well, because you met him, and not in the UK, but somewhere else.
I did.
Just share a little bit about it.
So we did a big Build the Change with Pharrell Williams recently. He has been doing a lot of stuff with the LEGO group. He has his new movie and a new set. But alongside that, he really wanted to do a social impact program. That's really important to him. That's really important to us. Bang, magic. We came up with the Playful Schools Challenge. Pharrell voices an animation that gives you the challenge. It's really engaging, and already we're getting ideas coming from around the world. And the basic gist of the challenge is we all learn differently. We all have different learning styles, and we use them at different points of our day. You might learn visually for one thing, you might learn better audibly for another. So it's reminding all of us that we're unique, we learn different ways, and we need to have environments in the future where we can embrace all those different styles. So it's all about designing your perfect place to learn. That's what it is. But it was brilliant. So we got to meet him in LA, Koen. It was awesome. He's great. He's such a cool guy.
That's amazing. So you made a very beautiful video with him, and we were really delighted to show it to our audience. And here it is.
That's it.
Incoming message from Pharrell Williams.
I've been dreaming all my life. Daydreaming, that is. No matter where I go, I'm asking questions. I'm trying to understand. I'm learning all the time. When you're curious, that's when your imagination is set on fire.
Everyone's brain works differently. Some people understand things better as pictures or as words. Some people need to move around when they're learning, or to be outdoors in nature.
It didn't dawn on me that I learned differently until I was I turned 12 or 13. I would associate colors with music and sound. The easier way for me to remember things is what color they were. School and studies were, seen a certain way. And if a child was daydreaming, it was like you're not paying attention. But cheers to all of the people that could go out and build their dreams. Just always understand, you are unique. You're different. And that which makes you different is what makes you special.
Play is our brain's favorite way to learn. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to imagine a playful school of the future. Some schools like Yellowhab in Virginia, USA, are exploring new ways to unlock everyone's potential, no matter how they learn. What about you? Would your perfect place to learn be colorful, bright, and bustling, or calm? Would there be places to get creative, making art, music, and inventions? Could it be in a forest, under the ocean, or on a distant planet? Could students learn from each other as well as their teachers?
So, what would your perfect place to learn look like? If we're going to come together to even the odds through education and build a brighter future, we're going to need more creative ideas. Ideas like yours. I can't wait to see what you come up with. And I know together we're all going to build change.
Together, we can build the change.
Hope you. Isn't that amazing? Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, it's awesome. It was incredible experience.
I didn't know that Pharrell has his own school. Is it like that, Jen? Is it his school?
That's right. So, as we know, Pharrell is all about creative expression and supporting students as they're approaching some of these complex problems, like climate change, to bring these big ideas, just like you, David, right? Giving young people the microphone. And we have a special school that we have been working with the LEGO group and Build the Change. And they just happen to be working with Pharrell as well. So we have a message for them to share about the work that they've been doing to build the change and reimagine learning for our planet. So let's turn it over to our friends at Yellowhab in Virginia.
Hi, Squirrels, and welcome to Yellowhab. We have a lot to say. Our teacher, Ms. Brandy, gave us an opportunity to inform you all about what we have been working on.
Enjoy your journey.
Hello, I'm Cameron. And I am Tyler. And this is our school, Yellowhab. We are located in Norfolk, VA in the United States, and we will tell you about what we learned about climate change over the school year.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Rose, and this is what climate change is to me. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in global and regional climate patterns. Now, while these shifts are mostly natural, some of them are made by us too. The primary driver of them are fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas being burned. This releases greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, trapping heat and causing the planet's average temperature to rise. Now, while this might not really affect us most, it really does affect the animals and the health of our planet.
Hi, my name is Elijah. We talked about how climate change, how the tree rings on logs can tell how bad climate change is. Ice sheets too, and sea levels are rising as well, which is destroying animal habitats all over the world. We also talked about what we can do to help climate change.
My name is Aiden Tynes, and we talked about animal habitats and how they're affected by climate change. And some animal habitats are ruined due to low resources for the animals, and their homes are destroyed. They can also be hunted down by other animals that are bigger than them, and people are littering, and weather is messing with their habitats and their whole entire environment.
Hello, I am Sila Mazel and future NBA star. I'm going to talk to you about sea level rising. Norfolk is facing huge challenges due to sea level rising. Norfolk has one of the highest rate of sea level rise in the East Coast, making it possible to flood the whole city in 2030 if we don't do anything. Last year, an engineer named Matt Simmons that works for the Norfolk City Office of Resilience talked to us about the sea level rise, and we had to think of ideas to solve this problem. And so we took our ideas and shared it with others.
Hi, my name is Lawrence Sellers, future paleontologist. Climate change, like sea level rise, can affect paleontology work, like searching for fossils or very big bones. It can affect the accessibility, like going for it or finding it. Some negative climate action that affects searching for bones are sea level rise, extreme weather events, melting glaciers, and changing landscapes. One project we worked on was the melting glaciers and what we can do to help with the extra water not affect the animal habitats. Paleontology helps by studying fossils to understand past climate changes and how they affected life on Earth. Paleontology can provide insight into the effects of ancient climate change. It can help us tell the stories of what happened back like hundreds of years ago. Paleontology helps us understand what climate events made this happen with all the bones being all over the world.
Hello, I'm Cameron, and I'm a future paleontologist.
My name is Tamara, and I am a future programmer.
We would like to thank our teachers, especially Miss Brandy Wright. Thank you to our teachers for giving us the climate change assignments, lessons, and activities. Thanks also for the CLEs like the aquarium, where we saw the influence of humans and nature and how it can affect the climate.
We also learned about the influence of floods and surges. We appreciate others, like bringing in guests such as an engineer that is building the flood wall in Norfolk.
We're showing a 3D printed prototype of what it will look like, as well as a paper assignment. In our aquarium CLE, we learned about climate change and greenhouses, and how the sand blocks can keep the water from getting anywhere else except the beach.
We went to Nauticus, where we learned about how climate change can affect the homes and their stable state. If there is a flood or a shift in water, the homes may fall.
Thank you.
Thank you. What do you explorers want to be when you all grow up? You can always achieve your dreams and become an awesome person by learning differently than others.
I hope that you learn different things from our school and our way, and I hope that you will have a fantastic day interpreting what we've done with your own projects.
In friendship and solidarity.
In friendship and solidarity.
We now pass the message of action.
We now pass the message of action.
To you, our global friends.
To you, our global friends.
That's amazing.
I love all those big cheers. Huge high fives to our friends at Yellowhab and to their awesome teacher, Brandy, for that incredible message for today.
Amazing. And we go right to the next school with students with an awesome teacher as well. Jen?
Yes. one of our great friends in Taiwan, Mingdao High School, grade 8 with Ronnie.
Hello everyone, I'm Eva and I'm really glad to be part of the Climate Action Project this time. I think that the cause of climate change is really broad, but there are always small actions that everyone can do, something that's more realistic and can even be more effective if everyone works together. For instance, turning off the lights or electronic devices when not in use, or taking more public transportation instead of driving a car if you're going somewhere nearby. We can even ride a bicycle if possible, which doesn't cause climate change at all. In conclusion, everyone can participate in the climate action and we can all contribute to improving this world. Thank you.
My name is Ray and today I would like to share with you my reflections on this climate action project. So this climate action project has certainly been an eye-opener for me as my team and I researched about climate change. Before I started researching, I thought climate change was as simple as an increase in global temperatures due to carbon emissions. But deep down, I found out that the root cause was actually because of a vicious cycle. That is, for example, in order to make the most amount of profit, paper manufacturers cut down as many trees as they can to satisfy their projected demand for paper, causing a lack of trees to absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen. This leads to the amount of greenhouse gases to increase, which exacerbates the effects of climate change. In short, this experience really helped me understand more about climate change and its importance in today's context.
I'm Bella from Mingdao High School. My team and I are honored to be part of this climate action project. Originally, my only knowledge about climate change is that there's too much carbon emissions by cars and buses and other transportations, and it makes the whole earth just too hot. Well, I also watch videos, people that talk about climate change but don't actually do actions about it. While I was doing this project, I actually found cases where people were actually trying to help with climate change.
And we go right to Europe. Jen?
All right, let's head over to Croatia. And we have some 4th grade students from the primary school Hinka Đuna and Branch School, Croatia.
Dobar dan svima iz naše lijepe Hrvatske. Hello everybody in Climate Action Project. We are now in our school yard. Our school is called Primary School Hinka Juhna Podgorac. Our school is in rural area in village called Budinci. In our project we planted trees and plants. We took some action. Everybody can do that. You can do that.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Thank you, Croatia.
That's fantastic. All right, so Koen, we have students who have been using the past 6 weeks to develop out some ideas. As we shared, some are coming with ideas of inventions, some are creating art. We heard from some game designers before, so they're at the beginning of their ideas and they're starting to execute. We have some young people today that are going to be sharing about how they took that idea and their process to create something for the world. So we're really pleased to introduce Sean from the UK, Abigail from Nigeria, and Katrina from Brazil, 3 RISE Global winners with Schmidt Futures, to share about the process and ways our students can take their big ideas and move them forward. So let's hear from them.
Hello and happy Climate Action Day, everyone. My name is Madison McCormick and I'm representing the RISE team for today's event. RISE is a program that supports promising young people and provides them with opportunities that allow them to work together to serve others over their lifetimes. In partnership with the Rhodes Trust, RISE is one of Eric and Wendy Schmidt's philanthropic initiatives to foster global talent. The program starts at ages 15 to 17 and encourages a lifetime of service and learning by providing support that may include needs-based scholarships, mentorship, networking, access to career development opportunities, and the potential for additional funding as RISE Global winners work towards solving humanity's most pressing problems. The winners are committed to building a better future through innovative ideas and solutions, including those that focus on climate and environment. The next few videos from Sean, Abigail, and Katrina are a sample of the incredible talent and drive of the Rise Global winner community. We hope you enjoy hearing from them.
Hi, my name is Sean. I'm 20 years old, and I'm a 2021 Rise Global winner from the UK. The climate issue I'm most passionate about helping to solve is mitigating the environmental costs of waste, specifically waste in food and fuel due to supply chain inefficiencies. To address this issue of waste, I'm working on a project here at Yale and supported by the Open Quantum Institute, where we are developing quantum optimization algorithms to solve versions of the vehicle routing problem and improve last-mile food delivery. This is an early example of how quantum computing might solve key climate challenges. We're collaborating with researchers from Poland, India, Morocco, and the Netherlands, and engaging with local communities worldwide. By integrating their unique perspectives into our research, we can better understand and address the specific challenges each community faces. At this stage in our project, we're exploring how we can take established quantum approaches, including things like the quantum approximate optimization algorithm, and improve them. We're seeing promising results, and soon we'll hopefully be moving on to solving real problems on quantum hardware. My call to action for Climate Action Day is this: get creative with the ways you can channel your talents for good, and collaborate with your community to drive positive change. Whether you're an artist or a computer scientist or anyone in between, you have the power to make the world a better place.
Hi everyone, my name is Labija Abigail. I'm 16 years old and I'm honored to be part of one of the Rise Global winners from Nigeria 2023. I'm also the founder and CEO of OJ Craft. The climate issue I'm most passionate about tackling is waste pollution. Where I live, we see plastic waste everywhere and every day, and it's harming our environment and community. So I decided to take action with a project I call OJ Craft. Here at OJ Craft, we teach kids ranging from the age of 9 to 15 years how to create useful items like bead accessories, torchlights, and hygiene essentials like body oils. Here is the most interesting part. We use recycled materials like plastic bottles and wood scrap. Our community has been a huge part of this. We involve kids in workshops where we teach them these skills that will help them become part of the solution. This has helped the kids to see the impact they can make while they create sources of income for their families. As we come together for Climate Action Day, my call to action is simple. Look around you, create and find ways you can use plastic materials and inspire others to do so. Thank you. Happy Climate Action Day from Nigeria.
Hi everyone, my name is Katrina. I'm currently 17 years old. I'm from São Paulo, Brazil, and I'm a Rise Global winner from the 2023 cohort. I've always been really passionate about environmental sustainability and talking about climate change in general, and most recently I started a project called the Plastic Free Wave, which is an organization that aims to connect young people from Brazil who are also passionate about these topics and who want to discuss it with like-minded peers and create solutions to it, and also create content on social media to raise awareness about the problem. And over the almost 2 years that this organization has been existing, we were able to reach over 5,000 people on social media, and we have gathered more than 30 volunteers from all 5 regions of Brazil, which is crazy and super exciting. And well, while working with this project, I've had the incredible opportunity to meet really passionate young people who are willing to change the world. And I noticed that when you embrace a cause like this and you're really passionate about it, you hold an immense potential. And I bet all of you guys who are watching me right now also hold that power. And I want you all to harness that power and see the change maker that you really are and create something for a better, brighter, more sustainable future.
That's amazing. Jen, I have a secret for you. Don't tell anyone, but yeah.
Okay, no one can hear us. We're good.
No. Just you and I.
Okay, great.
I really like NASA, I think they're amazing. And we have been having them for 5 years already. And even before Climate Action Day, they were joining us for doing presentations, which are also always awesome, I think.
Yep, that's right. So I think in our work, the work we do both in education and taking action for our planet, our assumptions are often challenged and we learn new things every single day. And I remember when we started having conversations with our friend Rick at NASA, our assumptions were challenged because we were thinking about our planet Earth and how we can protect it and learn from it. And Rick came along and helped us to think bigger. So it's not just our planet here, it's our whole universe. And so Rick has become part of our Take Action Global family, and his entire team continues to inspire. Every single year, we hear from schools that this is one of their favorite moments of Climate Action Day. So Rick, we are so grateful that you and Ave and Christina all here with us, joining back. Thank you for being with us. And I can't wait to hear your messages. And another special surprise at the end, we're going to try to stump you with some student questions joining from around the world. So welcome back, and so happy to have you with us.
Right. Well, it's wonderful to be with you guys. You all are a force for change, and every student, every project y'all are doing is absolutely fantastic. And if we all do these steps, amazing things start to happen. So we're delighted to be here with you. Just a quick set of introductions, because I'm delighted to be joined by two, not just co-workers, but friends at NASA, the Ave Kludze and Christina Kwauk. I'll give a quick introduction for myself and turn it over to them to say hi and introduce themselves. I used to work at NASA training astronauts, and then eventually worked my way to working in the Mars exploration program. I'm from the state of Virginia in the States, and we're just delighted to be here. And with that, I'll turn over to Ave for a quick introduction.
My name is Ave Kludze. I was born in Ghana in West Africa, and I'm a senior technical advisor within NASA headquarters. And I normally carry out strategic and studies and assessments that inform the administrator and his team. So I'm happy to be here. All right, thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina Kwauk. I've lived a number of places around the States and around the world, and now am interning with Rick at NASA within the Mars exploration program on his Mars reconnaissance team. Glad to be here.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and hop onto the slides. So our theme today is how exploring space and Mars teaches us to take care of the Earth. And hopefully we're going to give you guys a sense that that's really an important part of solving these problems. And it's upon us to make sure to convince you of that. So first of all, I want to hit a theme, because you got to be really careful that you know what you're dealing with. And so here is a picture of Gale Crater in Mars. Beautiful picture. And then here on the other side is a picture of Wadi Rum in Jordan. This is a picture my daughters and I took when we were there 2 summers ago. And they look really alike. And in many ways, we use the Wadi Rum Desert as a, well, for example, it was used in the movie The Martian because it's so close to looking like things on Mars. But you got to be really careful that you don't say that they're the same, because they're not. And I'll just give you some of the differences. So on Mars, on a warm day down near the equator, it may get up to freezing, and then at night it drops 120 degrees. You can have dust storms on Mars, and we don't have these like they do on Mars. On Mars, those dust storms can cover the entire planet, blocking out all the sunlight, basically, and they can last for 6 to 7 to 8 months sometimes, and that is a real challenge there. Mars has the tallest volcano in the entire solar system, and it also has it has something like the Grand Canyon. But if you've ever been to the Grand Canyon, you look down, it's a mile down. I can't do that in kilometers without more caffeine, but it's 4 to 5 times that distance in the Valles Marineris for the equivalent canyon at Mars. It would be incredibly dramatic going to that edge, and so. The point we're trying to make is, let's go to the next slide, is that Mars is actually more like climbing up K2. There's a peak on the Earth, second highest peak, and it's an extreme thing. And you have to be super careful and know what you're doing, and you got to question everything to make sure you really understand the problem and can do it. And nowadays, this used to be almost impossible to do, and now people routinely do it because they have learned to do it. Let's go to the next slide, please. But the key here is taking it step by step. And so here, I love this picture because it's a picture of 3 rovers that we sent. The first one, which was Sojourner, to Mars in 1997. And college universities nowadays make rovers like this. It's incredible. And then Spirit and Opportunity that we sent them in 2004, twin rovers that went to 2 different locations. And they were supposed to last 3 months, and Opportunity ended up lasting, I think, 15 years altogether. And but we took our time, and if you'll see, you can actually even see solar arrays right below that white mast. And that is actually what killed it ultimately, because we got one of those dust storms that took over, that blocked all the sunlight, and it lost all its power and its batteries discharged. But then we moved up to Curiosity, which is the size of an SUV. And that, you can see that thing sticking out at an angle. That's actually what we call a radioisotope thermal generator. So we use a little plutonium in there. And when the heat from that is used electricity, and that isn't bothered by dust storms. But the key point here is we do it step by step. We learn to do it. Reminds me a lot of the steps you all are taking as a result of your climate actions future plans, and that's absolutely key. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so now we're going to talk a little bit about why being in space and going to Mars is so important for helping us solve the climate crisis. And it's not, you have to do everything you all are doing and we all have to do a lot more here on this planet. But the fact of the matter is, we also need to be able to understand how bad it is and if we're making progress. And here, this picture is a fleet of what we call the fleet of U.S. satellites around the Earth, and many of these satellites are monitoring the atmosphere, so monitoring the Earth. And so, to give you some examples, we would not know that the ice sheets are melting as fast as they were if it weren't for the satellite fleet. We wouldn't be able to measure the way that the oceans are rising without that perspective. It's key for measuring carbon dioxide buildups. And so those are just 3 examples of how this different perspective actually helps us to better understand the problem and therefore take care of the problem on Earth. And so that's the U.S. fleet. What I should mention is Europe has a fleet. And there are so many countries. Many of you all have space programs that actually are doing the same thing. And collectively, that's how it's one of the major tools we have for understanding how bad the problem is, and then for helping us to figure out how to fix it. Awa, anything you want to say there? You're muted.
I'd just like to add that for deforestation and the rest in the tropical areas, the satellite has helped us understand and see how much of the forest we are really depleting and its impact on our environment.
Yeah, and that's really key. And Tavi, thanks for mentioning that. So that's the looking at the Earth, and hopefully we've given you a sense of it. But really, when you think about it, if you view the problem as just being a citizen of the Earth, then you get a key part of the problem. But if you're really a citizen of a solar system and really of a universe, and you should use all the tricks of having that perspective to help solve and take care of this amazing life-giving planet that we call home. Let's go to the next slide, please. So it's not just looking at the Earth. It is also understanding other planets and how planets and their atmospheres and their environments work. And so here, ignoring the pictures of the Earth, this is the U.S. fleet across the solar system. And so this is a really important point, because when you are a scientist or an engineer, you are taught, do not make decisions based off one data point. And we're making decisions based off one data point, what we know about Earth. And that's important, but you really need to pull in the information from other planets and how they're evolving. Because, for example, Venus had a runaway greenhouse effect. Mars froze up and is largely a frozen planet. And we'll give you a little more insight into that here in a moment. But it's by studying these, because planets basically operate in similar ways. And so by understanding them, it sort of shakes our thinking and helps us to realize how it really is working at Earth with its atmosphere and all the dynamic processes that actually are key to understanding to be able to protect it. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Mars, because that's what Christine and I work on all the time. Obviously, it's a much bigger picture where he works. But this is a picture of Mars and Earth. And the key point here is Mars once was a blue planet like Earth. It had oceans, it had glaciers, it had the whole shebang, and may even have had life. And so it went down that different path, just like Venus went down a different path. And understanding that is really key. We're actually kind of lucky because it's the only planet right now on the entire solar system that we could put one of you on as, say, a climatologist, or many of the other disciplines that we need there to really understand it. So for example, on our planet, we learned so much by pulling ice cores in Antarctica in terms of how the climate evolved. Mars has its own glaciers, and you would want to be pulling ice cores there to understand how it evolves as well. Next slide. Okay, I'm gonna let Christina talk this one because this is a different perspective about being in space. It's really important that impacts the climate, but we want to make sure you have the full picture. Christina, over to you.
Thanks. So if you look at this map, these are all the places where we've detected kind of like near Earth objects, or like a lot of these would be meteors or something similar. So if you look at where you live right now, you can see some of the more recent, kind of since 1988, objects that have come close to the Earth. So this kind of goes to demonstrate how important space science is for planetary protection, like protecting Earth. And so what would we do if there was an object flying towards us and like we were worried it was going to hurt people or do something that would like cause, I don't know, some sort of like any sort of disaster? Well, a few years ago in 2021, 2022, NASA tried a mission called the DART mission, where they tried actually redirecting an asteroid by crashing a spacecraft into it, and it worked. So this goes to show how important space science is for protecting Earth. And speaking of Earth and the work we're doing here, I just want to give you a reminder that like in the space world and as in the climate science world, you don't have to be a scientist to contribute. No matter what you're interested in, if you love to read, if you love film, if you love movies, if you think AI is super interesting, there's a place for you. I studied history in college, and I know lots of people who have studied psychology, who are poets, who are writers, who are helping to shape how we think about space and how we think about Earth and our climate. Back to you, Rick.
So just to add to what Christina is saying, so it's not only important to monitor what's going on the Earth, it's important to make sure that we understand what's going to smack into it. And so we had one of these things that hit the Earth at one point in the Yucatan that actually caused all the dinosaurs to die because it changed the climate so much. So it's a two-way street, and really understanding that is key. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so Mars was a lot like Earth, but it went down a really different path. And we really want to understand that because it's going to teach us a lot about these processes on Earth. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so Mars actually has oceans, but they're all frozen and buried. And this is a map of a big effort we've been doing to actually map where that frozen ice is. And there's glaciers and everything. And so we are doing this because there are a lot of reasons. Well, the biggest one is that when humans finally go there to research and understand how that planet evolved, among many things, we want them to be able to have access to water. And this is a map that's there. But the point I'm trying to make is that it went down a really different path. And we really want to understand that because it's going to teach us how to take care of this planet. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so it's not just those perspectives that are key, but when you go to Mars, it is so hard to get out there. It's the challenge is every bit as great as the climate challenge. And the point we're trying to make is that you will come up with technologies that radically transform how we do things. So for example, everyone's used to using a toilet and then flushing it all down the drain, but that's not in space. You can't afford to do that. You have to actually learn how to recycle that poop and pee so that you can use it for good purposes. And because you need that resource, it's a resource. And so, do you have to go into space to learn how to do that kind of recycling? The answer is no. But the thing is that when you go into space, it really shatters the way you look at the problem, and you come up with solutions that you might not think of otherwise. And that goes back and forth, and I think has significant ramifications for how efficiently we live on this planet. Avi, anything you want to add to that?
No, I think you've touched on it, especially the recycling. That's very, very important because as we heard from the young lady from Nigeria, they are recycling their plastics and the rest. In space, we will recycle stuff because we cannot be always launching resources, like Rick said, into space. So we should learn that now on Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, to build on that, when you go out to Mars, let's say some of you guys end up going to Mars because you really want to understand the climate there. It takes 3 years to get out there and come home. So you have to carry everything with you. Everything is a resource, including trash. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, and this message is even trash is a resource, and we've already covered that. Let's go to the next slide. This one I love because when you go out to Mars, there's going to be a point where our home planet, that little blue dot down in the lower left-hand corner, is you don't even know where to look. You have to know where to look in a window to go see it. And then our second home, that little reddish dot is there. And that also changes the way we look at things and look at ourselves and gives you perspectives that are really key. So in the lower right-hand corner, you see that picture of the Earth rising over the moon. This was taken on Apollo 8, and it was the first time we had that view. And many think or believe that was actually a major stimulus for the environmental movement in the 1960s, because all of a sudden we see this fragile Earth against the black sea of space. And the other part, which I want to really emphasize, is that when you're going out to Mars, every mission at Mars right now is a multinational mission. We all work together. And this is a picture of a space station crew with people from all over the planet. And just like you guys are doing it, solving these problems is going to take the talent and ideas from everyone across the planet that believes in this. And that's really key for solving these problems. And I want to tell you, I haven't worked Mars a long time. It's hard, but we're going to solve it, and we're going to do it. And I also know, having thought a fair amount about the climate crisis, that it's solvable if we do the kind of steps that you all are doing, which is absolutely fantastic. Next slide, please. And then finally, Mars, just like the climate challenges, are human efforts. And we need the kind of ideas that you all are bringing forth to really crack these solutions. And you need to come from a lot of different perspectives, which means from a lot of different cultures and ways of viewing things, to really solve these problems. And with that, I'll see if Avi has anything he wants to add before we get to Q&A.
Yes, I would like to add that to get to Mars and even to work on our planet, for NASA, for instance, we need all disciplines. Engineering, scientists, mathematicians, artists, and even comedians, everything. We need everything. So any of you can work for NASA or a space program, because we need different viewpoints. The way we see things are different depending on our backgrounds. I came from Africa, and the space program does not discriminate. Whether you are from Africa, you are from America, you are from wherever, Europe, anyway. So once you are determined the space program, you have a seat on the space program. So I just want to emphasize that.
Thank you, Avi. Christina, any quick last words so we can open up to questions?
No, nothing to add. Thanks.
Okay, great. And with that, we're ready for questions. If you all have any, if we have the time, we'd love to do this.
All right, we're ready for some rapid fire questions. Rick, I love when you say about shaking our ideas, and that's what we're all about here. And we have some amazing schools that are shaking our way of thinking on not just climate action, but the way we're going about teaching and learning. And so happy to welcome them in. We'll bring them all in. We have students from 811X in the Bronx in New York City doing awesome work. And we have students from the UAE. So let's kick it off with Brandon and Brianna. Hi, Brandon. Hi, Brianna. Do you have questions for our NASA team here?
We can't hear you, unfortunately.
What do you eat in my name? Hi, my name is Brandon Rios, and I'm from 811X.
My question is, what do you eat in space, and how do you eat it when there's zero gravity? Is there any food wasted?
So wonderful question. Basically, everything you have on Earth, the people in space want to eat as well. So we have spent years learning how to package food and to do that. Now, the tricky part is fruits and that kind of thing. You can't grow them in space. This stuff is often freeze dried. And so if you want to hear a happy person, when we send up a supply ship, a lot of time they put fruit right on the top. So when you open up the hatch, they get that whiff of fruit. And that means so much to them. And so learning how, I think that's so important that I think as we go out into Mars, where it's going to be really difficult, we're going to probably sooner than later have to learn to grow food up in space. And the trick becomes how to do it efficiently. And so this is a wonderful example of where climate work and space work overlap, because they both have the need to really produce food efficiently that's tasty and people really want. And so that's a really cool question. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Brianna, do you have
Hi, my name
question
is Brianna Hernandez. I'm from Illinois. What effects of climate change are visible from space? How has it changed over the years?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I kind of already described it a little bit, because from space, with different types of instruments, you can measure the ice sheets melting. You can measure the carbon dioxide levels. Ave described how we can monitor the deforestation in the Amazon. And those are just some examples. Another piece is we do tons of photography in space to really see the planet. And and that is really a key part of the tool. And then, frankly, we really look at these hurricanes, and these hurricanes or typhoons are getting worse and worse with climate change. And space is a key part of understanding and basically being able to predict it and hopefully in time, try to deal with it. Have anything you want to add to that?
I just want to add that we are also able to see from space how much pollution we are having on our environment. So when you look at it from space, you see so much fog and smoke in certain parts of the world. So that is also telling us that we need to really think about our planet very carefully and very well.
Yeah, and you can actually measure those chemicals from space. There are a lot of ways to do that, and that's a really key tool for helping monitor what's going on. If you can't monitor it, you can't fix it, because you don't know if you're getting better. And so being able to measure it is really key. And that's a tremendous question. So thank you.
All right. Thanks to 811X. Let's head over to UAE, where we have two questions for you all, ready to stump the team. And let's go to Ghazal.
Hey.
Greetings. My name is Ghazal Mansour, and I'm a proud grade 8 student at Al Azm Charter School. I'm thrilled for this exceptional opportunity to represent my school in front of the NASA team.
Yep.
I would like to know how you astronauts get rid of the waste that you produce in space. Like, do you burn it, do you reuse it, or do you let it be?
Yeah, so that's a wonderful question. So on the space station, let me talk that because I know that pretty well. You worked that for a long time. So we recycle all the urine, for example, to make it drinking water. I was actually in the control room when we did it, and everyone used recycled water and did a toast. And so did the crew on board the space station. I was not super happy about that, but it worked. The machine is amazing, and we've learned so much from doing it. And so you really, this sort of the next areas is, we throw a lot of trash in these supply ships that come up. And then we burn them up in the atmosphere. You're not going to do that from Mars. We're going to have to really learn to recycle this more. So this is another example where these two really cool challenges of solving overlap heavily to do that. And then like in the UAE, by the way, is doing really cool stuff in space. And they're doing really cool stuff in terms of sort of closed environments. I've personally been to Dubai and have been amazed by some of the work that's underway there. So kudos to you all in your country. But but the point I would make is that we have a lot to learn, and I think there's going to be some real synergies there. Kavita, you want to add anything to that?
No, thank you.
Okay,
No,
thank you.
I think you captured it. Thank you.
Okay, we have another one.
All right, we have time for one last question for our NASA team. Reem and UAE, we'd love to hear from you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Reem Saleh, and I'm also an 8th grader from Al Azam Charter Schools in Abu Dhabi. And my question is, do you ever come across pollution in space? And if you do, how do you prevent it from spreading in space?
Ava, you want to take that one, or?
Go ahead, Rick, and I'll add something.
So in space, so the scale is really large, and so we need to be responsible out there, and we really try to be. You don't really just dump stuff out there unless you absolutely have to, because the problem is it's in an orbit and it can come back crashing on you. So it's forcing us to be super efficient. And so that's, I actually think that environment's so hostile, it actually makes you do the things we should be doing on the Earth. And so that's really key. Abe, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, and also we don't want to contaminate the new environment we are getting into. As humans, we are very good at polluting or contaminating the areas we go. So we are effectively trying to manage whatever waste we have and other things carefully. And that has really helped with the pollution there as well. It doesn't mean that some may not happen, but it will be done more in a more thoughtful way. So.
Yeah, we're soon going to start having people on the moon again. We're going to be on Mars before you know it. And the point I would make is that we want to apply this sense of responsibility there, because in space you don't do it because it might come back and hit you. But on Mars and on the moon, we want to really be careful about how we do those environments. And I think, fortunately, the in space part will force us to realize you can actually use this stuff like a resource. So anyway, thank you for that awesome question. And
all right. Well, we thank all of our students for helping us stump the NASA team. And I think you all did a brilliant job. And so thank you to you, Rick, and your entire team for challenging us to think bigger and to think about ways that we can take action at local levels for our planet here on Earth and beyond.
Great. Thank you all so much. And great luck today with all the rest of the Climate Action Day. This is fantastic that you're doing this.
Thanks for being back with us. We'll see you all soon.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Christina. Bye, Ave. Thanks, Rick. All right. That was huge and fantastic. We're so grateful for our friends at NASA for everything that they do for us here at the Climate Action Day with our project and our programs. Another group of people that help us behind the scenes every day are our team of amazing young interns. And so I am privileged to introduce Whitney, who is here. Whitney Burton is a high school senior and a Take Action Global. You may know her already from our Fun Fact Friday on our Tag Instagram account. So Whitney has a special interview, and I think you're in the middle of your school day, so thank you for taking time to be with us today. Whitney, I know we were together just recently in New York City, so wonderful to have you here, and I'll turn it over to you to introduce our next guest.
Hi, so I am introducing Kavita. She is our next speaker. She is a conservation and sustainability expert. As the founder of Dragonfly Advisory, she advises on climate solutions, nature conservation, sustainable agriculture, and corporate sustainability. Kavita was the founder and CEO for Mandai Nature, a conservation organization based in Singapore and working in Southeast Asia. She catalyzed the Southeast Asia Climate and Nature-Based Solutions Coalition. So she has done some really amazing things, and I have a few questions for you today, Kavita.
Hi, thanks for having me, Whitney. Lovely to be here.
So first question is, what inspired your work in conservation and nature-based solutions?
Thank you for that. I think I will take it back to when I was very young, maybe 5-6 years old, and we had the amazing opportunity to live in the north of India, in the Himalayan mountains, and have, mountains and forests and streams right next to home that we could go and play in as children. And I think from that point onwards, it was something that felt natural and part of life. And then moving across the world and into more urban environments and not having that same space, and hearing about how it's all getting destroyed, but also hearing about the amazing stories about how women in these mountains actually went and hugged the trees and held them tight when they were at risk and, they were at threat of being cut down. So all of that kind of, stayed with me over life. And when I was looking at what I wanted to do and spend my life doing, I was like, nothing better than saving the environment.
That's incredible. I love that answer. Okay. Next question is, why do you think it's important for kids to learn about climate change, and how can they share what they learn with their friends and family?
So it was amazing to listen to the previous panel with NASA, and they were showing us how you can see from space about the difference in the change that's happening on Earth. And I think that's the main thing around climate change. Like, we are, by our actions and our consumption and our lifestyles, actually creating a lot of loss of natural systems and heating up the planet, which will mean that as we get older, as you all get older, the climate will be warmer. We will have unpredictable rain, storms, rising sea levels, all of which will make life difficult on Earth. We will see much more fires and storms than we are even seeing right now. So it's really important for us to think about how we take care of the one planet that we have. And as the team was saying, we don't know of any other planets yet that support life. So it's a very small speck in a big cosmos, and we need to protect it, not just for ourselves, but also for all the other species that live on Earth. And I think what we can do as individuals is really think about how we live. I think first and foremost is to love every species, all our trees and our forests and our wetlands and our oceans and our coral reefs, and really care for them as we would care for any other element that we own, because we collectively own all of these. Well, I think they own us because we depend on the natural environment. But there are many things that you can do and talk to your parents about. We heard about recycling. What you eat makes a big difference, having a more plant-based, plant-rich diet, so we eat less meat. Whether we travel a lot, do we take public transport or do you drive by car? How many flights you take? How many clothes you own? All of these things really make a difference. So getting and being more conscious about our lifestyle and the choices we make with ourselves, with our parents, with our family and our community will really make a difference to what we can do to save our planet.
Okay, I totally agree. And next question is, what do you believe has been the most impactful project you've worked on, and what do you think made it work well?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I was thinking about that, Whitney, because I think, over the 30 years that I've worked in this career, many things have been important, but I think always the ones that are closest to your heart are the ones that have direct impact on nature and people. So the one example I'll pick up, when I was at Mandai Nature, we used to work with this small organization in the Philippines that was trying to save the Philippines eagle, which is a very important bird in Philippines and globally, but is also at risk of going extinct. And so they started with this thing of trying to save this bird, and to save the bird, they had to protect the nature and the environment in which it lived, which was the forest. And then when they tried to protect that forest, they were like, how do we make sure that the communities who live in this forest and in these areas are also able to benefit from this conservation and take care of their own environment? And so they're now looking at the climate market and saying, can they conserve the trees, which then absorb the carbon dioxide, to then get carbon markets to pay for it? So it's really one of those places where you start with one species, a region, a community, and global climate, and all of these things layer into the same work that we need to do. So there are many such examples, from grasslands in the US, where we're now reintroducing bison, to looking at the African savannas and grasslands and the Amazon rainforest, where we're really trying to do projects on the ground with the local indigenous peoples and communities who've been there for generations and know better than us and bring in species and climate into the same projects.
That's incredible. Wow, those are amazing projects.
Well, I hope you will all work on these and get the chance to experience a lot of these environments and see much more of our forests and grasslands and our big wildlife that is so spectacular.
Yes, hopefully. Okay, next question is, in your opinion, what is the most critical climate-related issue we are facing right now? And what do you believe is the best approach to tackle it?
I believe that nature and climate are two sides of the same coin. And the biggest thing we can do right now, other than use less fossil fuel and be really using renewable energy and not doing any more emissions from gas and oil, is to protect our natural environment. Trees, grasses, wetlands, peatlands are by far the most effective natural solution we have on addressing emissions from greenhouse gases and capturing them and storing them. Plus, they have all the benefits of the water system, oxygen that we breathe, home to all of our species. So I would say the singular biggest thing that we can do right now is protect nature and really look at restoring it and bringing it back to the life that we used to have. And I think the biggest risk we have right now on these natural environments, which link into the climate, is destruction due to either our food production systems or for other consumption areas. So if we can really think about better agricultural systems that are not creating more deforestation to bring more land under cultivation, better eating habits so that we're really staying low on the food chain, but also things like all the oils, like if you're in different regions, there's soybeans in Latin America, there's palm oil in Asia, which are really bringing destruction to our natural forces. So I think if we can protect nature and if we can look at means that our consumption reduces that deforestation and loss of natural environments, that's the best we can do for a real win-win for all of us.
Yes, totally. Okay, and then last question. Could you share some of your personal practices that help reduce your carbon footprint?
Yes, absolutely. I don't do a very good job because I still take a few flights, but I try and be really conscious about going only when I absolutely need to go. And if someone else is already there, we all don't need to travel. So I do love my holidays and seeing wildlife. But the other thing that I do is I don't own a car. So I take a lot of public transportation in the city. I live in New York. So it's easy to do that and take public transportation. I am vegetarian, so I don't eat meat. And thankfully, I'm not very fashionable, so I don't have to buy new clothes for every season. And there's a lot to be said about thrifting, which I know you guys do a lot, and sharing economy and looking at how we can, use items without having to keep buying new ones. So anything that you can do amongst all of that, or new ideas, recycling, really big, important things. So we have circularity, so many things that we can do in our local lives. And shorter showers is the one thing. 3-minute showers, so we use less water.
Thank you so much for all these answers. They were incredible and I'm sure very inspiring for a lot of people. So thank you for sharing.
I'm very happy to, would love to hear from you all and help in any way I can. But Whitney, thank you for inviting me and for all the lovely questions.
Yes, of course.
Take care.
All right. Well, thank you to Whitney for that incredible interview. And taking inspiration from Kavita, please feel free to share your top tips on social media using hashtag Climate Action Day. We can't wait to hear your ideas for taking care of our planet as well. So with that, I am absolutely thrilled to introduce our dear friend and Take Action Global Advisory Board member, Christina Kwauk, our awesome pal, who is here as a social scientist and policy analyst with expertise on so many things, including girls' education, 21st century skills, youth empowerment, sport for development, and the intersection of gender, education, and climate change. So Christina is a key voice for us and the world in climate action education. And Christina, we are thrilled to welcome you back for another edition of Climate Action Day, our 5th annual event. So thank you for being here.
Thanks so much for having me again, Jen. It's so great to be with you all. Hello to everyone joining from around the world. I'm just honored to be able to be part of this wonderful event and to hear such amazing people ahead of me. I think, it's important to recognize that today we're not just celebrating the incredible journey that you've taken over the past 6 weeks with Take Action Global. We're really celebrating a movement. And this is a movement fueled by your commitment to understand our planet and to champion change. So I want to really congratulate each one of you for stepping up as climate leaders. We need you more than ever. And I'd like for you to maybe even think about everything you've learned and accomplished. Over these past few weeks, you haven't just gained knowledge, you've experienced firsthand the power of climate education. Through your climate action projects, you've brought real impact to your schools and to your communities, showing everyone what's possible when we come together to make a difference. And your projects and your learning is proof that climate education isn't just about knowledge, it's about igniting change on a personal level and within your communities that will go on to have an even greater impact on our shared future, on our shared planet. And that's just what I wanted to talk to you all about today. It's the impact of the climate education you're receiving and the impact of your climate action projects. As a social scientist and as a policy advocate, I believe it's incredibly important to view your hard work in the context of our larger collective movement to transform society in response to the climate crisis, and to be able to demonstrate and communicate that impact and that work that you're doing so that decision makers from countries around the world can prioritize climate education as one of the most important climate solutions at their fingertips. So intuitively, decision makers understand that climate education is the key to empowering action. By learning about our planet's challenges, we also learn how to tackle them. You've explored knowledge, you've built skills, you've shaped mindsets, you've created relationships and connections, and these are all important ingredients that the world needs more of in order to turn understanding into action. And in fact, we have evidence that education is the strongest predictor of climate awareness and of adaptive capacity. This is incredibly powerful. And this impact is even greater among women and girls in low and middle income countries. So just to give you an example, so each additional year of schooling that girls on average receive in their countries improves their country's scores on indices that measure vulnerability to climate-related disasters. And when people, and especially girls, are educated about climate issues, they're more likely to take proactive measures to protect themselves and their communities against climate risks and against climate hazards. And so in this way, informed citizens make for more climate resilient communities, and more climate resilient communities make for a more climate resilient world. So your climate education doesn't just stop with you, it ripples out. Studies in different parts of the world show that when young people understand the science and the solutions around climate change, they inspire their caregivers, their families, and communities to adopt greener behaviors. And research has shown that this ripple effect of children's pro-environmental beliefs and behaviors can occur even in ideologically conservative households and among parents who had previously exhibited very low concern for climate change. So your climate education can help shift entire communities towards more sustainable practices and can even inspire policy changes and even litigation at local levels that enable much needed structural change. Now, when it comes to understanding the impact of climate change on or climate education on outcomes that are important to climate decision makers, like the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, the protection of biodiversity, enhanced climate resilience, or even Green Party voting, we as a sector or as a community can really do a lot better. And in fact, researchers like me have a huge responsibility to make this impact even clearer. We need to make sure that we're measuring and that we're demonstrating the impact of climate education convincingly so that leaders worldwide understand just how crucial it is to invest in climate education for everyone and that they will have no excuse not to. The good news is that some researchers have already started doing this. They've been trying to translate educational outcomes into language that is meaningful for climate decision makers. So for example, researchers at San Jose State University have conducted a study that found that climate education has the potential to reduce individual lifetime carbon emissions by 2.86 tons per year. And if we scaled climate education from less than 1% of secondary students today to just 16% of secondary students in high and upper middle income countries, that impact could be a nearly 20 gigaton reduction of carbon dioxide equivalent by 2050. And that impact, imagine if 100% of students were to receive climate education, right? So this impact is better than so many of our existing climate solutions today. Another study conducted by a team of researchers at RARE found that education and the behavioral change that it enables can be a precondition for the adoption and the deployment of climate solutions that could reduce between 20 to 37% of projected global emissions. And my team at Unbounded Associates is working together with an alliance of organizations to measure the carbon footprint reduction potential of climate education so that we can convince climate donors to direct more financing to education. And some of you may have also used Take Action Global's Earth Project app as part of your learning experience to help you track the impact you're having on climate goals through your daily actions. This is a terrific start. You're helping to contribute to an important data gap that will help researchers like me figure out how we can measure and communicate the impact of your education to climate decision makers. So 2 final points that I want to make about the potential impact of climate education. So first is that climate education is an important stepping stone to helping us build the green skills that you're going to need for the green jobs that you'll get eventually when you become adults, and that will then in turn help countries make sustainable transitions to a greener economy. So the skills you're building are critical ingredients that will enable us as society to innovate in response to the climate crisis and to create sustainable jobs and to help rebuild our economies in harmony with the environment. So imagine being part of a workforce that can build greener cities and innovate in clean energy and sustainable food production, make a circular economy and regenerative production with zero waste the norm. You're going to be part of this future. And my final point is that climate change is a universal challenge. It is a social, economic, and environmental challenge. And by learning about issues about climate change and climate justice, we gain empathy. We gain a shared sense of responsibility for our planet and for each other. So beyond knowledge and skills, climate education fosters a sense of global citizenship, or even planetary citizenship, which is another vital ingredient for translating climate education into meaningful climate action. So you're now connected not only to each other, but to a global movement that transcends borders and backgrounds and is rooted in this place we call Earth. Today is proof. You all are proof that climate education creates leaders that are ready to take action. And each of you has the power to inspire, to educate, and lead within your communities. So let's keep going now more than ever. Let's continue to ask big questions. Let's take those bold actions, and let's inspire others to do the same. And together, I think we can really make our planet's future brighter and greener and full of possibility. So thank you. Thanks to the TAG team. Congratulations to you all. And I wish you all the best of luck with the rest of today's event.
Thank you so much, Christina. Really appreciate you. I just shared on social media that to me, you are twice as knowledgeable as ChatGPT. And I think every word you share is such a great knowledge. So really grateful for this and cannot wait to continue working with you. Thank you so much. And so we go to our next speaker, and I'm really pleased to introduce the Honorable Conrad Sackey. We have been working with him, and we met him twice during the past year in Dubai at the COP, but also at UNGA in New York. And we have been really delighted to work with Sierra Leone on climate education. And the Honorable Mr. Conrad Sackey is currently the Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education of Sierra Leone. And we are really pleased having you, Minister. And so we meet again. Hello.
Hello, I'm delighted to be here.
Thank you so much. We are really looking forward to listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, students, teachers, and educational practitioners across the world. It is indeed a pleasure for me to join you virtually today from Sierra Leone to celebrate Climate Action Day and reflect on the great work that schools have done as part of the Climate Action Project to create a greener and more sustainable planet. As we have already had today, we are all here together to recognize the importance of climate education in equipping the next generation with the skills and knowledge to tackle the pressing challenges of climate change and become advocates for a healthier planet. In countries highly vulnerable to climate change, such as our own country, climate education is a lifeline. Building understanding of how to increase resilience to climate shocks that we are experiencing, such as flooding and landslides, is of vital importance to ensuring that children and the broader community can prepare themselves for the increasing frequency and intensity of these events. Sierra Leone is amongst the top 10 of the countries most at risk for climate change impacts globally. So disaster risk reduction and response is incredibly important to protecting our country's citizens. When it comes to climate education, my ministry is guided by the principles of engaging students through heads, hearts, and hands. We recognize the importance of climate and environmental education taking place in the classroom, as well as through more informal teaching methods such as storytelling and art, winning the hearts of our children to become advocates for protecting our country's unique but endangered ecosystem, and using their hands to take action and be change makers in their communities through activities such as tree planting. This is where a partnership with Take Action Global comes in. Take Action Global's Climate Action Project was endorsed for the first time this year by the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education in Sierra Leone. We were pleased to encourage schools across our country's 16 districts to register for the project and to create a community in which our teachers could share with one another the fantastic climate projects that they have done with their students during the last 6 weeks. We were pleased to have 118 educators and students signing up to the program from 82 educational institutions, from pre-primary to university. I am pleased to share with you today some best examples of this work. The climate pioneers from Smart Stat Academy in Pujehun district of Sierra Leone have demonstrated incredible enthusiasm and made tremendous strides in greening their community through a range of different activities in the last few months. Students have engaged in tree planting field trips, while also learning about the critical role that trees have in building communities' resilience against climate shocks. The school has also distributed reusable sanitary pads for female students to replace the single-use pads that cause extreme environmental damage. Not only is this a great way to reduce litter in our villages and towns, but it is an innovative solution to tackling period poverty, which is a prevalent challenge facing girls and women across communities in Sierra Leone. Finally, Smart Stat Academy has constructed a local water storage unit that has been transformational in providing students with water for toilet facilities throughout both the rainy and dry seasons. This is critical in ensuring that students do not have to leave class and miss out on important hours of schooling in search of wash facilities. I am proud of the efforts of schools such as Smart Stat in participating in climate action project and demonstrating to other schools in Sierra Leone and beyond the power of locally driven solutions and actions. In closing, I want to leave you with a call to action. Empowering our youth is extremely important, but we all have a role to play in the climate movement. Teachers, school leaders, policymakers, and politicians alike. Let us all be activists. Let us all harness the energy of the last 6 weeks of climate action project to give our students the tools and knowledge they need to be climate champions. Thank you for listening. Over.
Hello, Minister Sackey. So great to see you again. Thank you for your message.
Thank you.
It was wonderful to be together with you in New York City just this past September for Climate Week and UNGA, and now the world gets to hear your message. But you have inspired the country of Sierra Leone, schools to take action as part of the Climate Action Project. And for that, we are most grateful. So we're thanking you for being here to share these words and look forward to supporting your country with teachers and students for years to come.
Thank you very much for the collaboration. Thank you.
We'll see you very soon.
All right, Jen.
Oh, and wasn't that
While
incredible?
we meet.
I know, back together again. We've been backstage, but now back here and ready to introduce a few more schools. And I know they have been anxiously awaiting and eager to share their message out to the world of action and all of the things they've been doing as part of our Climate Action Project this year. So who are we going to next?
Egypt.
All right, let's head to Egypt where we can hear from 8th graders about the work that they've been doing with the project.
Marhaban. Hello. I'm Jen, an 8th grader from Cardiff Modern School in Cairo, Egypt. In English class, we created a news report for our English magazine on climate change. We link what we have learned in science about greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide and methane, which harm animals and even threaten some with extinction. We found that reducing fossil fuel use and stopping deforestation could make a real difference. Join us. Let's make a school-wide commitment to climate action. Thanks to our amazing teacher, Mrs. Ana Abdurrahman, and our Cardiff Modern School for inspiring us to make a change. Together, we're stronger. In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello everyone. Good evening. I'm Adam Ahmad, an 8th grader at Cardiff Modern School, Cairo, in Egypt. Today I'm bringing you the latest news that is happening in our community in Cardiff Modern School. Let's dive into more details. We're excited to share our plans for our winter show this year. Our main theme is the time machine, and our minor theme is the climate change. We're going to go through to 150 to explore the impact of climate change, followed by sketch and a song. Let's spread the word on climate change. Thanks to our teacher, Ms. Ana Abdurrahman, in Cardiff Modern School, for inspiring us to make a difference. In friendship and solidarity, we pass this message of hope to you, our global friends. Thank you.
Remember, Earth is our home, where rivers flow, where forests stand and cool winds blow. But if we forget, if we lose our way, our home might not see another day.
And Cardiff Modern School, together we can create a better future. In friendship and solidarity, we pass this message to you, our global friends.
All right. Always great to hear those students' voices. Right, Jen?
That's right. And we have some more students who have been ready to share their message from the Methodist Girls High School in Nigeria.
Right.
We here are the climate change ambassadors, and we're here to just speak with you on climate change, its causes, its effects, and the solutions. Firstly, what's climate change? Climate change, according to the National Aerospace Academy, NASA, is the change in average weather conditions which have come to define the world's global climate patterns. Thank you.
Some causes of climatic changes are manufacturing goods, generating power, using transportation, consuming too much, deforestation, etc.
Some effects of climate change are food shortage, rise in sea levels, health implications, and greenhouse gas emissions. The solutions to these effects include awareness, transitioning to plastic, transitioning food, renewable energy sources, afforestation, and agricultural research and innovation. In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Amazing.
All that energy from Nigeria. So great. All right,
Right.
Koen. Well, we heard from NASA earlier, and now we have a real life astronaut that is going to be joining us. We had shared earlier, this is our 5th annual Climate Action Day, and we have welcomed back a number of our very favorite speakers to join us for the celebration. Before I introduce our special guest, I am so pleased to introduce Caitlin Rorden, an intern here at TAG. She is a high school senior from Newton, Massachusetts, and she has worked to advance environmental engineering and climate justice, in addition to the work in supporting us with research and data analytics. She is going to be introducing our friend Nicole, who lives near me, a friend of my family, and an amazing astronaut with NASA. So Caitlin, over to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so excited to be speaking to Nicole Stott, who is an astronautical engineer who's been on several NASA missions to the International Space Station, is an artist leading the Space for Art Foundation, and has written a book. Welcome, Nicole, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak with me today. I'm excited to learn more about you.
Hello. Hi, Caitlin and Jen and all. Really nice to be back with you this year. Thanks for including me.
Our audience of students from around the world loved meeting you last year and learning about your work in space and here on Earth. This year, we have some new classrooms joining in too, and I'd love for you to share about your journey into pursuing space and engineering, and about your roles or responsibilities on your mission.
Well, I guess I'd start by saying that, it all really, and maybe it's in hindsight that I realized this, started with inspiration. I would include events like this as part of that kind of inspiration that you should be paying attention to along the way, that's helping you, get a better understanding for what you're excited about, where you want to be bringing your best. And for me, I had parents who encouraged me through sharing what they loved. My mom, a very creative person. And if I was going to get to a ballet lesson or out to the airport where my dad was, it was thanks to her. She was also a nurse. And my dad liked building and flying in small airplanes. And so I developed, long story short, I developed this love of flying. But beyond just wanting to know how to fly, I wanted to know how things fly. And that led me down the path of aeronautical engineering. And as part of that, I discovered, man, and I'm old, so I was graduating high school when the space shuttle program was going up and running. And I remember thinking, man, if you want to know how airplanes fly, why would you not want to know how rocket ships fly? I was able to study that, get a job at NASA as an engineer working on the space shuttle program. I mean, like right up close and personal with the space shuttles and all of the people that, made that happen. And then later was, about 10 years later, actually applied to be an astronaut. And I did that at the encouragement of some people that I considered to be mentors. And I am so grateful to them, because I think for me, astronaut felt like one of those things for a really long time, felt like one of those things that like other special people get to do, right? Like, why would they pick me? Why should I even consider something like that? And so very grateful to people that encourage me to apply. And I thank them every time I see them, and was fortunate back in 2000, which is probably before many of the people in the different schools were even born, but back in 2000 to get selected as a NASA astronaut, and then to fly in space twice on the International Space Station and on the space shuttle. And our jobs and all of that, it's really kind of jack of all trades. I mean, we were responsible for maintaining the space station. We were responsible for all the science on board the space station. We were responsible for the outreach that we would do from the space station and the observations that were going on there. So, you know, one day I might be fixing the toilet and the next day I might be doing a spacewalk. So it was, and everything in between. And it was a really, really wonderful experience. And I know we're going to talk more about some of the aspects of that.
Oh, that's so cool. What skills in particular have you found to be really important for space travel and STEM careers in general?
Well, I think, you know, when we think about STEM careers, we really tend to put the blinders on. And I think they've done it to us in school this way too. Okay, the blinders are to the technical, right? And what I've found, even in STEM careers, like my colleagues who are astronauts, they might have gone down some technical path, but they all, for the most part, have some creative outlet as well. It might be traditional arts, it might be building houses or fixing cars or rock climbing, or something creative is going on there as well. And I think what that says is that one of the best skills we can have is to figure out how to use our whole brain, right? How to bring all of our talents to bear. Even if we're studying engineering or science or something like that, we need to be thinking creatively as well about the solutions to the problems that we have. And so I think that's a big deal. I also think that, and you'll see it in astronaut training, it didn't matter if we were taking a language class, if we were studying how the systems on the spaceships work, or if we were learning how to do a spacewalk or fly in space just in general. All of it in one way or another had to do with how you work as a good team, as a good crew. And that involved discovering your own strengths and weaknesses, how to be somebody that somebody else would enjoy spending time with in a relatively confined space in space, but also bringing all of your professional skills to bear. So the teamwork crewmate thing is a big deal, as well as using your whole brain. I think that whole brain thing is really important.
Yeah, definitely. That's super insightful. And so you're an artist, and I read that you even painted while you're in space.
Yeah.
So could you tell me more about what kind of art you enjoy creating and the importance of the A for arts and STEAM?
Yeah, I love the A, although for STEAM, you know, that we've recognized again that that's an important thing, and that our educators are incorporating that, starting more and more the experiential stuff. I think it's so important for how our brains work and function and solve problems. My art, I mean, I painted with watercolors when I was in space, which is really super fun. You know, we don't have cups of water to dip our brush in. We're dripping into like floating balls of water, and, you know, having to learn how the paint behaves differently, and, you know, not more difficult, just different, you know, just like everything was when everything floats in space. And I love the painting in space. To me, it was a personal highlight for sure of flying in space, because it's something I love doing no matter where I am. But I think it's one of those things that helped me better understand this idea of the human doing human space flight, right? Like, we don't go to space and become robots and not, you know, we're not human. And we want to bring our humanity with us no matter where we go. And creativity, art, poetry, quilting, music, all of that has been in space since the beginning of humans going to space, which I think a lot of people don't know about too. And I think we need to pay more attention to that as well. But I like doing all kinds of art, and I love bringing the art that other people do together into big, like larger community projects as well.
Yeah, that's amazing. And you're also an author of Back to Earth, What Life in Space Taught Me About Our Home Planet. So not to give away the ending, but what have you learned about our planet? And what are some questions that our students should be considering on this topic?
Yeah, you know, back to the A in STEAM though too, you know, what I love about art, and I think it fits into this whole idea of what Back to Earth was as well, is, you know, we need to find ways to connect with each other, right? To understand this idea of situational awareness, what's going on around us and how we're a part of that. And I think art is one of those, it's a universal communicator, you know, and whether people like my art or not, that doesn't end up being the important thing. It's like, how can I engage them in a backstory of, here's all these amazing things we're doing in space that are ultimately about improving life on Earth. And art allows me that pathway in a really beautiful way, I think, to an unusual way. Back to Earth was really, it's really intended to kind of explore these ways that we have somehow managed over the last over 20, almost 25 years now, I think, it might even be 25 years now, to as an international community to work peacefully and successfully on this agreed upon, if you will, greater good mission off the Earth for the Earth on this machine in space. And we build this machine, right? We build it to mimic as best we can what Earth does for us naturally. So you think about it, before we could even think about doing the science that we want to do in that place, we have to be able to survive there. So we build it as best we can to mimic what Earth does for us. And so every morning as a crew, we float out of our crew compartments. And one of the first things we do after we grab our bag of coffee and, you know, get our breakfast and all those kinds of things you do in the morning, one of the first things we do is we check how much carbon dioxide is in our atmosphere. We check how much clean drinking water we have. We check with the ground to make sure that thin metal hull that wraps around us and protects us from the deadly vacuum, we make sure that that's in good shape. And we absolutely are checking on the health and well-being of all of our crewmates. And I think, you know, it's order of magnitude for sure. It's why I love that you guys have schools from all over the planet participating in this event, because all of us are important to this whole ecosystem of what's going on, whether it's on a spaceship or it's on a planet. And it's what we're doing in space, I think, is just such a wonderful example, with 7 people on a space station versus 7 billion plus on a planetary spaceship. Such a wonderful example for how we should be living and working together down here. And something that I really want to come through in the book is, you know, there's a lot of complex conversations about what we do in space and all of that, but I try to simplify it because I think that way. But the simple underlying message is, oh my gosh, we live on a planet. You look through a window back at Earth, it's like, wow. And we learned that in kindergarten, right? We somehow forget about it. And I love how one of the students said that, you know, in the poem that he read, this idea that we share a planet. We live on a planet in space. We're all Earthlings. Only border that really and truly matters, that thin blue line of atmosphere that blankets and protects us all, just like that thin metal hull of our spaceship. And that we absolutely need to accept our role as crewmates and not passengers on our planetary spaceship.
Yeah, that's a very good perspective on the reflection that we're sharing this planet like a giant spaceship with everyone around the world. What advice or words of inspiration do you have for our students and teachers joining us today?
Well, I think, you know, something I've learned along the way, and it's really come to me after retiring from NASA. I felt, you know, like the work that I was doing for NASA and what I was able to do as an astronaut, and then afterward when I was still working there was purpose embedded in it all the time. There was always this purpose-driven thing. Okay, we're going to go to space and we're going to improve life on Earth. We're going to go to space and help explore further off the planet, which ultimately is going to come back and improve life on Earth. And that purpose was built into it. And I'm finding that, you know, every step of the way now, and it's why I'm talking to you guys. I think there's purpose in this, right? And those kinds of partnerships are really important. And so when I agree to do something now, and I would say to all of you, as you're making the choices in your life, what purpose is embedded in it? How are you part of the solution? How are you bringing your awesomeness, you know, to bear to help solve the problems for you and your family and everybody else that we share the planet with? And I think that involves appreciating with your heart and mind the awe and wonder that surround us everywhere, every day. It's accepting our role as crewmates and not passengers, so that we really and truly, I mean, by doing that, I think we have the power to create a future for all life on Earth that's as beautiful as it looks from space. And I will echo Minister Sackey's words, you know, at the end when he said, it's a call to action. Purpose-driven choices, there's a call in that. There's a call to action. I think we all need to accept it. And the first thing we can do is accept our role as crewmates and not passengers. So in all of what you're doing, do that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming and speaking today. This has been really inspiring for me, and I'm sure everyone else watching right now.
Thanks, Caitlin. Thanks to the whole group at Climate Action Day. You guys do awesome stuff, and I love the way you bring us all together.
Thank you so much, Nicole and Caitlin. That was such a great lesson in storytelling from both of you. So we really appreciate having you both on today.
Thank you. See you next year, or before maybe.
Yes. So I'm really excited to welcome our next group of speakers, speaking of storytelling. So I will next be welcoming Xin Xue and Matt Jozwiak. Xin Xue is the founder and producer of Demeter Docs, a documentary series with the aim of telling stories of solutions for the food system and our coexistence with each other and other species. Her film about a priest in Queens working at the front line with asylum seekers in December 2022 received a Silver Award for the Social Justice Film Festival and was selected by various other film festivals. And Matt Jozwiak founded Rethink Food in 2017, a non-profit with the mission to create a more sustainable and equitable food system. Jozwiak has pioneered groundbreaking approaches to addressing food insecurity, demonstrating that we can effectively transform excess food from restaurants and corporations into nutritious, culturally celebrated meals for communities in need. Prior to founding Rethink Food, he worked on the culinary teams of several notable restaurants around the world, including 11 Madison Park, where he served as a chef de partie at age 27. So thank you so much for joining us, Xin and Matt. We're going to start off with Xin, who will be showing us a trailer series for her documentary, which we're very excited to see. So thank you so much for coming on.
Hi, thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you some trailers for my documentary series. I used to spend a lot of time working with entrepreneurs and their companies in my past banking life, and I couldn't stop wondering how is it possible at the age of, at the time where we can build artificial versions of ourselves, we're still struggling to sustain our own existence on this planet. So I spent 2 years searching the world for entrepreneurs and change makers that are making the effort for our sustainability. I hope that you will like their stories in the trailers.
Literally on devastation's doorstep because of changing climate. Yet today, only 15% of the targets are on track, and many are going in reverse.
我们是希望开发人类第3级食物，大概2到3平方公里的工厂，搞定这个城市的人的蛋白质。
Can a yeast be better than a chicken at making eggs? And we proved it.
挨着我们枣园这些地，创造一个在沙漠里的良性的一个生态。
We all need food. Just receiving a meal is not enough.
We have to give with dignity.
全人类能够获得这样的一个蛋白质，这才有意义。
Our food system is too big and too broken. It's going to take everyone.
When you see partnerships that are so successful, you start understanding that collaboration is at least as important as competition.
For this to be successful, we need that connectivity.
We are only as strong as the connections that we can make.
We're all together to solve the same issue.
As a director of The Hungry Monk, I would tell you that I'm a logistics guy and a connections guy, and my job is to connect food to people and organizations to food and vice versa. I think the real driving force is just that, I can today and I will. And, I'm sure there'll be one day where I can and I won't. And I think that's okay too. You're giving yourself to others as well. And there's healing in that. There's great healing in giving yourself to other people. I really take that part of my priesthood very serious. I don't take a lot of the other parts serious. Not just because you gave somebody food today, but like, how do we get them to the position where we don't have to give them food tomorrow? That's the hard part. That's the big question.
How do you want to name this?
I don't know. The world's most miserable priest.
塔克拉玛干沙漠，它沙丘是在流动的，更需要有机的生态，减少对良田或者绿洲的侵蚀。
一行一行的顺着管子走，然后去接一下管子，要不你咋会看到哪里烂了哪里没烂？我们是向村里的第一道防线，可能影响更大一点。
就是沙漠，它是一个很大的一个课题，可能我们的力量微乎其微，就是我们能做多少，我们能用我们的力量去影响多少人，我觉得是我们力所能做的，就这样干。人定胜天，我觉得就是在我们努力的层面，我们人肯定是能胜天的，但是我们又要遵照就是天人合一。当我们的就是发心是让可持续更持续，让生物更多样化，更多的沙漠它能会有更好的一个生态。当我们这样的一个初心的时候，我们是会被天人合一给予我们力量的。那最难的时候，我们做出来一条路，那就会有人愿意进来，在这条路上去。哪怕崎岖，他会愿意走下去。如果没有路的时候，都没有开路者，那么崎岖的路谁去走啊？
Wow, thank you so much for showing us this, Xin. I think that's the third time I've watched it, and every single time they're so emotive. You're such an amazing storyteller. So I'm really excited to ask you some questions about them after Matt does his address. So I'd love to welcome Matt to the stage. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, hanging in there.
Great. Well, over to you.
So I'm Matt. I'm the founder and CEO of Rethink Food. We work to create a sustainable and equitable food system. And like we talked a little bit about in my intro, Rethink Food kind of organically grew over time on a focus to solve really clear and present problems. So I worked in fine dining restaurants. There was clearly mass amounts of excess food that was unused. And a lot of it was just... we just didn't have a place for it. So over time, I started to collect the excess food, make meals, and start to distribute them, and went from one restaurant to two restaurants to three restaurants to four restaurants. And over time, we realized that if we wanted to be super efficient, we should actually try to just get restaurants resources and teach them to be able to do this themselves. So over the years, we started to put together a program called Rethink Certified, which we have over 50 restaurants in the program now, diverting thousands of pounds at each restaurant of food that was going to go to landfills to create healthy and nutritious meals for their local communities. To date, we've made about 32 million meals and provided over $150 million to restaurants in low-income communities across Manhattan and Miami.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'd love to pose you both with some questions to get the conversation started. So firstly to Xin, you mentioned when you were talking about your documentaries in our email correspondence, you used the term system breakers, which I thought was really interesting to describe your interlocutors. And I'd love to know why you chose that term and how important you think system breakers are in solving the climate crisis.
If I could wind it back for a bit to the time before I started the journey, as a banker, I used to think every problem is a funding problem. And what I really learned on the way when I, talked to these people and asked what's most important to them and what they actually struggle most on, it's not funding, because the resources are actually there. Every year we have trillions of government subsidies and hundreds of billions of charitable cash, but still we're not fixing the issues, right? What they put their energy into is to work against the current system. There is a status quo. We have the current issues. How do you make a change? It's by default, you have to break the system. And I guess that led me to the term. And Matt could probably give you a little bit more information on specifically food system changes. How does he break certain parts of it?
I can respond to that. And I think a lot of what we think about Rethink is kind of, what is the end result? Like, what are we actually trying to accomplish? And so we look at, if you were to walk down the street of a sustainable and equitable food system, you'd see no food waste. You would see small businesses in the communities that we're partnering with being involved, making food that they celebrate, that they love, that they understand. And there would be very little food insecurity and hunger. And so if you kind of start there with the end result and you put together the pieces of kind of how to build there, and, we're not researchers, we're not academics at Rethink, we're not like paging through policy to try to figure something out. We're a big fan of just like do the thing and learn, and then, let people know where you stubbed your toe along the way and share that information out with the world. There's too much time, money, and energy spent on research, and not enough time spent just actually executing the task that's needed to be executed.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, like in both of your work, you're highlighting a lot of these key challenges that a lot of people are facing on a daily basis. But I was also curious to both of you, but I'll pose this question to Matt and then Xin, if you want to jump in after. You started your company, during COVID and with some big political changes as well in the US, and maybe it's quite topical as well, but I'm curious to know if there were any specific challenges that came because of that and how you overcame them.
Because of COVID or because of Trump?
Connected, maybe.
Look, I started Rethink in 2017, but there's always like we call them environmental challenges, all these things that happen like all the time that you can't control. And the key to that, I think, is to look at every aspect, whether it's positive or negative that comes into the world, as an opportunity. And never let a good crisis go to waste is something we've said a lot at Rethink, because there's always an opportunity, especially during COVID, to change the way that we think about things. And I think, I said this in my last email to my board was, if you would kind of put yourself in 2018, 2019, to think that like a small local soul food restaurant in Harlem was receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars of charitable funding, that would just break. You would never think that would be a thing. But now we've, kind of turned the page a little bit. We've been able to make something normal that wasn't normal, because we really tried to leverage the crisis of COVID to make the maximum impact and create that. So that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I think hearing you both talk, I hear how you're picking out these small stories that are having big impact. And Xin, I'm really curious to know, especially with your documentaries, how do you pick those stories? What stands out to you and what draws you to someone's story?
Yeah, it's actually, I actually spend 80% of my time trying to understand who are the best change makers. Because take the food system as an example, there are multiple steps, right? Before food gets eaten by you. It's farming, manufacturing, transportation, and upcycling, all the steps. And within each, there are a lot of people that are making a lot of different changes as solutions. And the question that I would always ask to like industry experts within each of these elements is, for one, what's their metric? Is it countable? Is it measurable? And two, what is the impact that you don't see? What is, the smiles and then the laughters that you cannot count in your balance sheet? And I think there is a balance between the two. But all of these solutions that I captured, they range between a nonprofit to the biggest food tech companies in China and in US. I think they all have their different metrics. It's very hard to use a single metric to measure their impact, but they have demonstrated their commitment through time by pivoting against different situations and things they couldn't plan for before. But it is their dedication, endurance, and their very high standards to their version of the impact that make them stand out. They do, they do all share one thing in common, is that their personal lives are very hard because just a challenge, as a common challenge to an entrepreneur. But I think because of the impact element of it, it makes it even harder for them because there are multiple goals. It's not as straightforward as just a P&L number at the end of the year.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that is what's so important about climate storytelling, is that we see beyond just that external impact and actually get to the root of that person and what motivates them and what drives them. And I think that's why documentaries like yours are so special. So I would love to know what's next for you, what's next for Tomato Docs.
So these 15 stories, some of them are close to be finished, and you'll see them if you do follow Tomato Docs and other outlets. The pieces will come out, and then at the same time, I'm making a education piece about food education, how it is not like taught. Why is it the last thing we learn? It's quite shocking, right? Kind of giving a bit of history and current status quo and what the future should look like.
Thank you so much to you both for being here today. I would love to know if you have a message for our students, something that they can take away from hearing you both speak, or a call to action, especially with food as well. Maybe to Matt first.
Yeah, I thank you for that question. I would say, to students today, like, you're up, like you gotta do it. I was a cook for a really long time. I have no formal college education or anything like that, and Rethink has kind of become a lot more formal and continuous. But now it's your turn. So you got to step up, and you gotta get busy, and you got to get things done.
Thank you, Xin.
I would actually echo with that because I think that the young people are truly the most important resources we have in making any of the changes, in sustaining ourselves. And you have the power as a consumer. You also have the power to advocate, but not just to advocate, but you have the power to make a change where you are. It could be different in different stages of life, but you actually are, you are a change maker. Everybody is. Just figure out, what angle you want to take, or what skills you have, and like what's the most efficient way to use that resource.
Thank you so much, you both, and for all the students listening. I hope that inspires you to take the baton and become a system breaker. So thank you for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
All right, that was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you,
Jen,
Hila.
what's next?
Thank you to Xin and Matt. I love, Koen, that every year we kind of have a theme bubble up, and it feels like this year we're hearing a lot about storytelling, and I know we have some great storytellers that are patiently waiting backstage, and they're coming up very soon. And a globally known storyteller, I think, is who's up next for us.
Who would that be?
All right. So we are pleased to introduce Whoopi Goldberg, and you might know her as an award-winning actress, comedian, and TV host. But did you know that she is an outspoken activist for social justice and our environment? So she has a special message for our schools and our classrooms who have been taking action with the Climate Action Project and who are listening in today. So, Koen, I'm very pleased to introduce Miss Whoopi Goldberg.
Hey everybody, happy Climate Action Day to all you teachers and all you students. And thank you for joining this celebration because it's kind of amazing. My name is Whoopi Goldberg and I'm really excited to join you from here. And I had so much I wanted to say, I figured if I wrote it down, it would be easier for me to get it all out. But I get so excited I trip over my words. But that's neither here nor there. Let me tell you why what you all is doing is amazing. First of all, no one believed in climate change. They said, oh no, it has nothing to do with anything. It's not real. There's no problems. And then the glaciers started melting and the hurricanes started coming in and crazy stuff climate-wise started happening on the planet. And now you don't hear so many deniers. You don't hear so many people saying, well, it's not real, because we all know now that it is. All you have to do is step outside. Step outside in New York today. It's going to be 70 degrees. It's October. Climate change. Something's happening. And when you look around the world and you see Mount Kilimanjaro, all that snow is melting. All of the glaciers are getting smaller and smaller. We have to start paying attention, as the Native Americans have always done, to how we can better serve our planet. Because after all, y'all, this is going to be your world after we're gone. So I'm glad to see you taking the initiative, because if you don't, I don't know who will. So that's my first thing. My second thing to you is please continue to do what you're doing, because unity, climate change doesn't have it's not an independent, it's not a Democrat, it's not a Republican. It just is. And it doesn't care how you vote. It only knows that there's a planet that's going dry and dark and smelly, because we have to stop doing a lot of stuff we've been doing. So when you look at how far we were able to come during the pandemic, now I know none of us were outside doing stuff, and maybe that's the message. Maybe there's a message in there. We have to take care of what we do in the canals of Venice, because in the canals of Venice for the first time they had fish again. When you looked up in the air in China, the sky was blue. There were all kinds of magnificent things that were happening because we were not running rampant on the face of the planet. So I think all of you, and especially you teachers, thank you for everything you're doing, because it is not easy encouraging students to share their stories and their belief in the power of their ideas. This is really beautiful that you all are now coming together and figuring out what can we do? What can we do strategically? What can I do as an individual? What can we all do? What part do we all play? And we all do play a part, from the very, 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 very old to the very, 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 very young. We all have a part to play. And so I'm excited that I could be here today to say to you, thank you, A, for what you're doing, both teachers and students, and B, please don't stop doing it. We need you. Without you, there really isn't a future. Or the future that will be is not the one we're going to like, because we already know what it's like when the skies are dirty and the streets are dirty and we're not paying attention. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Carry on. I think your work is brilliant, and I'm proud to say bravo, all of y'all.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, Whoopi Goldberg, for your bravo to our students and teachers. Up to our next speaker, who is Jenni Watts, and she's an award-winning executive producer for multi-platform feature programming on CNN International. As an executive producer, Jenni now leads a team of creatives, and she continues to mentor feature producers and shape the multi-platform content that they create. So pleased to have you, Jenni. Hi.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm so honored and pleased to be here today and to talk to everybody about Call to Earth Day, which we have coming up on December 4th. Call to Earth is a CNN International series dedicated to environmentalism, conservation, and sustainability. It is a multi-platform project that we have that can be seen in 3 different languages across CNN: English, Spanish, and Arabic, across TV and CNN.com and social media. Call to Earth is a solutions-oriented series where we celebrate the people making a difference in the fight for a healthier planet. Now, this is my first year on Call to Earth, but it's not my first time covering the environment for CNN. I've been a part of producing environmental series like Going Green and Eco Solutions for almost 15 years now, covering important stories like coral reef restoration. Yes, they can come back. Rainforest protection, the reversing of negative effects of canals in the Everglades, and devastating oil spills. Through all of this, I have witnessed the power of shining a light on solutions, inspiring others to act, and giving individuals a platform to show that even one person can make a difference. Environmental reporting is nothing new on CNN, and I'm proud to be a part of Call to Earth, but this is our biggest environmental initiative yet. Every year we celebrate a special day, Call to Earth Day, where we activate our audience worldwide to raise awareness about environmental issues and inspire action to address the ecological challenges affecting our planet. We want to engage audiences through informative content, discussion with experts, and spotlighting innovative solutions that can contribute to a more sustainable future. By highlighting these issues and showcasing ways everyone can make a difference, we hope to mobilize global support for environmental stewardship and conservation efforts. This year's Call to Earth Day theme, which I've heard in some of the speeches previous, is Connected Generations. So very important. We're looking to ancient wisdom for answers to some of the world's most pressing ecological problems. Our ancestors have gathered this knowledge through thousands of years of living with the land. From African cooling techniques to Asian herbalism, Native American harvesting to Amazonian gardening. We want to look at all the ways this ancient intelligence can be put back into practice. So on December 4th, we'll be joined by thousands of students and individuals taking action to save the planet they will one day inherit. This year, our goal is to be a good ancestor and leave the planet better than we found it. Quite a challenge, and we'll be challenging students and environmentalists to organize cleanup events in honor of Call to Earth Day. And actually, some of them have already started People have been organizing Call to Earth Day events on local beaches, parks, and roadsides. We want you to know that every little bit helps. Each student will also be encouraged to write a letter to their future, to themselves and to those who come after them. We want to hear about what they love most about their environment and why it's a part of an extraordinary planet worth protecting. This year marks the 4th annual Call to Earth Day, and last year more than 226,000 people participated in at least 122 countries, with a total of more than 4,400 hours spent on Call to Earth Day activities. More than 2,600 trees were planted, and almost 4,000 wildlife havens were built. This year, we're already on track to beat those numbers. On December 4th, we will be marking Call to Earth Day in every hour of live programming on CNN International and CNN en Español. We'll have live updates of coverage on our digital platforms in English, Spanish, and Arabic to celebrate people who are doing this important work. You'll also find us on social media, interacting with students and other participants, keeping track of posts using #CallToEarth. Our long-term goal is to develop Call to Earth Day into a ubiquitous global brand focused on ecological conservation and productivity. One person can do a lot, but they can't do everything. But a lot of people working together as a global community focused on action can change the world. And that's why we need to work together to reverse the harmful human-made problems affecting our planet. It might seem like a slow and tedious process sometimes. And I know that's frustrating, but I think it is so important to keep going, to keep doing the little solutions that you find, and in the end, it'll be worth it. So thanks for taking the time to listen to me, and I hope you all can join us too on December 4th for Call to Earth Day, and I'm so happy to be a part of Climate Action Day today, so thanks.
Thank you so much, Jenni.
Thanks, Jenni. We appreciate CNN and you being back with us again this year and can't wait for the initiative.
All right, Jen.
All right, Koen.
I feel we need a few students
They
sharing their
are
message.
incredible. So did you know, Koen, that we have students joining our Climate Action Project and our Climate Action Day of every age, from very young all the way up through adult learners. And our next school coming to us from Tunisia is an agricultural vocation training center. And these are students that have a message to share with the world.
Hello everyone, my name is Jihan. The Climate Action Project unit us together.
Hello, I am Amin Garwi. It's a pleasure to be part of a global climate action project, and let's make the world a better place.
Hi everyone, I'm Jawida Mahmoudi. I'm a teacher in the Agricultural Vocational Training Center of Sidi Bouzid. Climate Action Project bring us virtual wings to fly from local to global. Thank you, Climate Action Project.
Thank you to our friends in Tunisia for their amazing efforts. As you've heard today, we have students taking action in many different ways. Some of them are creating with science and innovation, but what we found is many are doing it through the arts. And today we have an incredible artist that will be sharing about her journey in creating art. Rebecca Lee Kunz is an artist and the owner of Tree of Life Studio in Santa Fe, New Mexico. That's here in the United States. And she is working at the intersection of environmental justice and cultural awareness. A citizen of the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma, she infuses mythology into her work, where she is in conversation with each tale as a living and emergent story. Rebecca, we welcome you to join us today for Climate Action Day, and thank you for being with us.
Hello, thank you for having me today. When plants, animals, and humans were equal, and when animals still spoke, they lived on the sky vault, on the dome-shaped back of a giant turtle, high above a vast body of water. There was no light and no dark. The animals and people were starting to feel very crowded. Some people even started to fall off the edge of the turtle's back. Something had to be done. As they looked down to the water's surface, they wondered what was beneath it. Could there be a way to make land on the water below? Water beetle and great buzzard went down from the sky vault and through a series of events made land from water. This land became the earth as we know it and was now floating on a vast ocean. To be sure, the people attached the earth to the sky vault by cords, one on each corner of the four directions. They rejoiced and soon made a new beginning on this new place, and it became known as Elohi, or our earth. The earth provided all that they needed, and they lived in harmony for many years. But according to prophecy, the promise of shelter on earth depends on our commitment to caring for it. As the story goes, when the earth one day becomes old and worn, the cords will fray and eventually break. The earth could sink back into the sea. I've been talking to you about I've been reading from the Cherokee story of the sky vault and how the people came to live on earth. And this is some of my artwork in a body of work that I created several years ago, was my reaction to the sky vault story and my modern telling of that. I'm an artist. I'm the owner of a business, Tree of Life Studio. I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico in the US. I'm really happy to be here with you. I work with mythology and subjects around ecological justice, and I use mythology in my work to connect to the timeless. When I'm building a new body of work, I like to work with a story or topic like this one, and as I'm working with the story, I actively try to live into the story, asking what I can learn from the story. And in the process, I become more conscious of the archetypes and messages that the story has to give. And the story begins to live within me, imagery starts to pour in, and I try to follow that thread. I work to tap into the collective consciousness, and when my paintings are and become a result of the imagery that comes to me when I'm working with stories in this way. I create traditional symbols, archetypes, and motifs in my work to help impart my message. And my work, I believe, is to be the translator of the visions I have while connected to the collective. They are my prayer and my love letter to the earth. Some people ask, to what extent can art have an impact on social and environmental issues? I have come to realize that as an artist, I have a platform, and that platform is power. Through my platform, I hope to illuminate awareness about our shifting cultural climate and to inspire solutions to the issues of today, to give people direct action tools. You can find some of those direct action tools on my website, treeoflifestudio.net. My goal is to first inspire my audience through my imagery and my art. And my hope is that the resources I give will make it simple and easy to act while you are inspired. In order to act, though, a person needs to first feel a sense of agency. And I hope to lend my sense of agency when I can in order to inspire others. I realize art has an impact on our social and environmental issues. And before a person can feel compelled to act, they must first feel inspired to do so. They must be moved enough to start the work of justice. Art in any form can be this powerful mechanism to change and inspire, and it can be a catalyst and a place where someone can begin to work for that change. It has that power. And from that starting point, someone can begin to work, and the inspiration and the real work of change can begin and grow into immeasurable acts of change. And I feel a responsibility to continue the conversation of climate justice. I feel like I align with species, endangered plants, animals, and all of our earthly allies through my work and my paintings. And I pay them respect and bring them out of obscurity and into the light through my work. I believe that I'm a vessel. When I truly connect with the divine, things come through me. And I feel it is my duty to communicate those things that come through. And my advice for any young person making art or wondering how they can make change in the world through art or other methods, I'd say be on the lookout for places where you can connect with the collective consciousness, where you feel connected and alive. Find those places where you feel inspired. The pressure we are under right now in the United States and globally is very fertile ground for making amazing art and connecting with one another. And so when you find something that does move you, connect where you connect to the collective, where you feel like you have some natural movement in yourself. Use your voice, use that voice that's coming through you and pour that into your work. Pour yourself into your work, even if it doesn't always feel fruitful or when the results aren't always satisfying, and keep working at it, keep showing up, stay dedicated, and try not to doubt too much what your calling is. Believe in your inspiration and vision and follow that. And I feel like over time it will lead to somewhere where it can become a mechanism for change. And my last statement I would say in this time is I feel it is vital that we tune into each other and connect. And it doesn't matter what medium of art or what vocation you choose to tune in, but just find a way to connect where you feel inspired and connected and create from there, and the rest will come, and trust that. And the work will trust that your work that you're doing will resonate with others, and it will connect with others.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for sharing your gifts and for kicking it off with that incredible story. That's inspiring us so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hope to see you very soon.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. We have our next group of speakers that I am so pleased to introduce because they have become friends to us at Take Action Global in our work of climate education for all. Jeff Berardelli is the chief meteorologist and climate specialist for News Channel 8 NBC in my hometown here in Tampa Bay, serving as the evening weathercaster and also expert on climate-related topics. A lot of his time is spent trying to educate the public on the intersection between extreme weather and climate change. Our friend Katherine Niemczyk is a former national news producer and expert storyteller. At ABC News, CBS News, and NBC News, she worked both in the field on package stories and on live news from the control room. She began her career in climate at CBS News, where she collaborated with Jeff on creating a climate solution series, which we absolutely love. So, Katherine, Jeff, welcome, and we cannot wait to hear from you both.
Thank you, Jen. Appreciate it. How you doing?
Great. Sure, I'll see you on TV later today, Jeff.
Yep, in a couple hours, that's for sure. And of course, Katherine, you see on the bottom there, she was my climate producer when I was at CBS News, and she basically made the magic, basically.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having us. We're so honored to be here. And I just want to say that, I did a story about climate education in the past, and it really, the students inspired me so much. I know Jeff is so inspired and works with students all the time. And that's really just the reason that we do what we do. So thank you for having us. I will jump right in if that's okay, Jeff. We're here to talk. We're here to talk about climate storytelling and why it's so important. And, while preparing for our presentation today, I came across this statement by the American Public Health Association, which just sort of highlights how intersectional climate change really is. And it said that stories make climate change relatable by drawing on common experience and core human values like health. And so why is that important? It's important because climate change can seem too big and too complicated for a lot of people. It involves science and math and human rights, and not everyone understands and relates to those topics. So stories that ground this very complicated issue can help others understand why it's an urgent crisis that needs to be addressed. Additionally, at its core, that's the purpose of journalism, is to make issues that impact a significant population relatable to viewers who are unfamiliar with that issue. And that's oftentimes why many journalists go into that field, to have an impact by educating the public. And so I'll turn it over to Jeff now, who can talk about our next point, why the story of climate change has historically been difficult to tell.
Well, first of all, I would say that it's evolved fairly recently, right? We've known that climate change was going to be an issue, but it really started to accelerate somewhat recently. 10, 15 years ago, you never heard the words climate change on television or in the newspapers or anything. Once in a while, starting in the 90s, we started to see it, but it's something that needs to be front and center almost every day. And the reason is because it's getting worse and worse, right? We're starting to see some big impacts as we speak. And the media has ignored it for a long time because the media didn't really understand it very well. And the general public didn't understand it very well. One of the bigger challenges was that we knew that the globe was warming, but for people, it's like, okay, so it's going to be 79 rather than 78 degrees today. How is that a big deal? So it's been really hard, I think, for us to kind of tell the story in a way where people are like, oh, that's an emergency. To try to explain to people why a temperature increase of, 3, 4, 5 degrees over the course of 50 or 100 years could really be catastrophic to the planet. Now, all of you kids who are watching right now, and the young adults too, you are in this fight. You understand why this is so important because of how much of, unfortunately, the impacts that we're going to see and we're already seeing around the earth. So one of the problems that we've had is that, first of all, I would say right now at this very moment, there's a lot of bad things happening in the world, right? There's wars going on. Here in the United States, we just went through an election. So people have, adults and to some degree kids too, have a finite amount of stuff that they can take in. And the news is the same way, right? The news prioritizes whatever they think is the most urgent issue at that very second. And unfortunately, there have been more pressing and urgent issues almost on a daily basis. So the news oftentimes won't even put climate change on the air. Problem with that, obviously, it's almost like this. Let me make this analogy. If you're having a heart attack, right? You're not worried about the cancer that's in your body because you just have to get through that heart attack so that you can then treat the cancer. And the problem is, unfortunately for us, and we can see what's going on around the planet right now, there are a whole lot of heart attacks. And while those heart attacks are going on, there is cancer, unfortunately, that's slowly getting worse and worse and eventually is going to be very bad for us. So that's why it's so important to tell this story. So let me tell you the good news or the bad news. And what I mean by that is, we 10, 15, 20 years ago, we didn't have many pictures, right? Scientists weren't able to say, well, that flood, that drought, that heat wave, that hurricane was made worse by climate change. But over the past 5 years or so, science now is able to say, oh, that hurricane, that was made 30 times worse. Not 30 times, but 30% worse by climate change. That flood is now 50 times more likely to happen because of climate change. Now that we actually can present science to the media, the media can say, oh, there's a scientist that can connect the dots between climate change and a warmer climate and these bad fires, these bad droughts, these bad hurricanes, these bad floods. So now we have the evidence. And by the way, more importantly for the news, we have the pictures, because storytelling on television and on the internet, and we know on Instagram, right, and on social media, it's a visual storytelling. So now that we have the visuals, unfortunately, the fires, the hurricanes, the floods, now we can more easily tell these stories. Unfortunately, the problem we're still coming up against is there seems to be other stories that are always taking precedence and taking people's attention away from climate change. That's the problem. I think as climate change gets worse, again, unfortunately, you're going to start seeing climate change stories bumped up in the news. Okay, Katherine, what's next?
Yeah, so let's talk about some of the aspects of this issue that are important to spotlight. Pretty much every story generally has a common set of elements. We have the problem, which in this case, the journalist needs to explain the science behind that and likely spotlight some bad actors. We have the characters, and that's the impacted communities and frontline environmental justice leaders. And then we have the resolution, which is hopefully climate solutions. And these are particularly important because we don't ever want to give up hope. So Jeff, can you talk a little bit more about how you tell a climate story?
Sure. You know, Katherine and I have done a lot of climate stories together, and I think we've done some good ones. Let me give you an example. We went to Appalachia to go to an old coal town that really is closing down because the coal is not really a utilized resource as much as it used to, which is good for our planet. The less we use coal, the less climate pollution there'll be. And we met a man who unfortunately suffered great health consequences. He was dying, honestly. He was sick enough so that he probably only had a couple of years to live. And it was caused by him working in the coal mines. And we told his story about how he changed his life from working in a coal mine and the coal business just essentially abandoning their town so that all of a sudden very few people had jobs in coal and they didn't have anywhere to work. Oh, and by the way, they were also sick from the work that they did. And we talked about how he was reinventing his life and he became essentially a solar engineer. He was installing solar panels. And we told the story of the town and how this town helped build America and how these weren't necessarily the enemies. These people worked in fossil fuels just because, you know, that's how they put food on the table. Now they've come to the realization that fossil fuels are really causing problems. And we talked about how he has changed and how this town is now going to have to change, and how by changing to renewable energy, they can then lift up their town. They can bring more money back into their town. They can better their economy. They can better their health, and how embracing climate solutions can actually be a good thing, not only for the planet, but also for these communities and these individuals as well. So that's just one example of a story that we told that I really liked.
Yeah, I really like that one too. So what can the media do better? I'll just list off a few of these, and Jeff, please, interrupt if you want to add anything in. But I think that, and we believe largely that they should prioritize climate as a critical storyline, as Jeff touched on earlier. Definitely spotlight the frontline environmental justice leaders with an emphasis on the diversity of those directly impacted. Women of color in particular are at the forefront of this crisis, and it's largely because of them that we are seeing change. And we need to recognize that and acknowledge it. Learn the science. The media needs to learn the science to better ask those critical questions of our leaders and decision makers, and spotlight the climate solutions. As I said before, we don't want to ever give up hope. And then also to listen to the viewers, to the scientists, and also our young people. And I think we have a little bit of time now to ask some questions. So I'll just read a couple. These are from students. So I think it's from Safira Saunders in Pinellas, at the Pinellas Virtual School in Florida. This is a question for Jeff. What causes global warming, and how do we know what human activities are the main cause of it?
So global warming is being caused by the increase in greenhouse gases from the burning of fossil fuels. This is something that was forecast over 100 years ago by scientists. They said if we put too much greenhouse gas from the burning of coal and gas into the atmosphere, that we would see warming. And sure enough, we started to really realize that we were seeing that already in the 1980s. How do we know? Well, first of all, our computer models can model it, right? But now we have direct ways of measuring it because we can tell the difference between the amount of heat that the Earth is letting out into space and the amount of heat that the Earth is trapping on the Earth. And if there's an imbalance there, if there's too much heat that the Earth is trapping and not enough heat that's escaping that blanket, the atmosphere, which is keeping the heat in to Earth, if there's not enough heat escaping, well, then we know that there's an imbalance and that we're trapping too much heat on the Earth. Those are two ways in which we know that that we're warming. Also, as we look back in the historical record, there's never been a time in modern times, and I would say we're pretty clear now in millions of years as we look back in the fossilized record that we have warmed this quick before. It's all happened in a very short period of time, and this is unprecedented. So for all those reasons, we know that it is, in fact, human activities that are causing climate to change. And by the way, the agreement in the scientific community among climate scientists who study this is about 99+% of scientists who understand that climate change is caused by human activities. In fact, in many respects, it is even better understood than the link between smoking and lung cancer, believe it or not. That's how strong and how much of climate science we have showing that this is the case. But it's always based on science.
Thank you. And we have a question here from Rajveer Agarwal from the JBCN International School in Mumbai, India. Since there is a lot of debate going around on the use of electric vehicles as they are known to be greener, but at the same time also contain harmful toxins and chemicals in their battery and create emissions during manufacturing, do you believe that they are the better alternative to fuel-consuming vehicles? And could you share some insights on this, and which form of transport between the two would be more efficient for the planet in the future?
It is the better option, right? I think that we have to remember, oftentimes EVs and other clean energy is criticized because it's not perfect. But things are never going to be perfect, right? We have 8 billion people on this planet. So we're not looking for perfect solutions. We're looking for better solutions. So an EV is about twice as clean. So fossil fuel vehicles emit at least twice as much pollution over the course of, let's say, 5 years or so, and often more than that. And obviously, because EVs are technology, as we build more of them and technology gets better, it becomes more efficient. And they become better at doing their job, which is they reduce their emissions even more. But unfortunately, at this point, fossil fuel cars that run on fossil fuels, can't really get much better than they already are. So without a doubt, that is the better solution. Now, there are local impacts for sure, but there are also local impacts from drilling oil and gas, right? So local impacts are going to exist, unfortunately. We just have to get better solutions. And the only way you get better solutions is by continuing to innovate and make the technology better. So my answer to that is EVs are better. They're not perfect. And I bet in 10 or 20 years, we'll have something else that will be even better than EVs. Unfortunately, we just have to embrace better solutions. They're never going to be perfect solutions.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that you have to run to work soon. So thank you so much for helping with those questions. You're the more qualified one there.
Oh,
so.
come on, Katherine. She's so modest. Honestly, I have to tell everyone, Katherine, she was my partner in crime when I worked at CBS News with her for years. We did a lot of stories together at a time when the media wasn't really embracing climate change. We had to get in there every day and fight the fight to get climate information on the air. So for you kids who are interested in being in the media and writing about climate change and telling stories on social media about climate change, you'll have to fight a bit of a battle, as you know, but it's worth it because we need people to understand that we have to get to work really quickly, or it's going to be very hard if it gets too bad. So we have to do it now. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Katherine, for those
My
amazing messages on the importance of bringing together storytelling and science. And as you were both sharing, I was thinking about locally what we have been enduring with 2 massive hurricanes here in the Tampa Bay area. And Katherine and I were, texting each other during that, watching you leading the way on the news and going through what we went through together.
Let's never do it again.
I'm with you on that. Let's go for that. But that's what we see with our global community. I mean, these major weather events, we have schools that are facing flooding, and they're having tornadoes and hurricanes and droughts. So to be able to have friends to go through it with really means a lot. And I think we're united as we are able to move forward. Another person that was leading the way with Jeff and our community was our mayor here in Tampa Bay. So if you all have a minute to stay on, you'll be able to hear from Mayor Jane Castor. But thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Katherine. Excited to be together in the future. See you both soon.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. All right. We have a special message to our students from Mayor Jane Castor, Tampa Bay's 59th mayor, and she is a lifelong resident dedicated to serving her community. She launched the Transforming Tampa's Tomorrow T3 initiative to address key issues like transportation, housing, and our favorite, sustainability. Let's hear from Mayor Castor.
Hey, it's Mayor Jane. Happy Climate Action Day to all the teachers and students joining us for this great celebration of climate education. I want to congratulate each of you on the incredible work you're doing to protect our planet. Your individual and collective efforts are more important now than ever. As you may have heard, our community has experienced the effects of warming Gulf waters with 2 hurricanes impacting us just last month. We're at a moment where we need to prepare and act. I encourage all of you to bring your ideas forward. Connect with your local government and leaders and lead with your ideas for change. I look forward to following your progress.
Thank you, Mayor Castor, for taking time to send that message to our global community of students and teachers. So at Take Action Global, we are so fortunate to be able to team up with people and teams who care about schools and education and the importance of connecting classrooms through activities like virtual exchange and cultural exchange. The Stevens Initiative and the Aspen Institute are 2 of these organizations that support globally and our work at Take Action Global. I'm proud to introduce Craig Geddes. He is a mission-driven, globally minded education and development leader who serves as the Director of Global Programs for the Stevens Initiative at the Aspen Institute. Craig, thank you for being with us today. We're happy to have you celebrating with us as we have over 5 million teachers and students who are excited to hear your message on global collaboration and the importance of climate action education.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for having me today. Thank you to all of you at Take Action Global for welcoming us at the Stevens Initiative to this Climate Action Day. As was said, I'm Craig Geddes, and I'm the Director of Global Programs at the Stevens Initiative. And I'm really honored to be part of this incredible lineup of speakers and activists, leaders, and change makers. And so thank you for the opportunity to briefly speak with you. As I was thinking of what I could share today that could be different or unique, I thought about sharing a little bit around a solution, a potential opportunity for youth and young leaders, as well as educators around the world to have an even greater impact through digital collaboration for direct change. And so in that vein, I thought these brief kind of remarks could be titled Global Classrooms, Local Impact, using virtual exchange to solve the climate crisis. If I could briefly share a little bit about who we are as well. The Stevens Initiative is an initiative named after Ambassador J. Christopher Stevens. Ambassador Stevens was a passionate advocate for cross-cultural engagement and that cross-collaboration among young people around the world. And so just like him, we believe strongly in encouraging young people of today to act jointly as problem solvers, researchers, advocates, but kind of most importantly, global neighbors, no matter where you're located or what your background is. And so we're passionate about building that better tomorrow by connecting young people today across the world in different cultures, backgrounds, belief systems through innovative platforms. And that innovative platform would be through virtual exchange. Some people might be familiar with virtual exchange, but for those of you who might not be, I'd love to highlight a little bit around the methodology. The impact and innovation around virtual exchange, it really kind of builds beyond that traditional computer or classroom, and it creates a pathway for partnering even beyond the iPad. Virtual exchange uses everyday technology to enable young people from diverse places and circumstances to have a shared global learning experience. We've seen the data and impact studies, and it shows that you can have an effective, accessible, and meaningful way to learn about other cultures, to gain workforce skills, feel connected, all without leaving your home community. And as we know, many young people today are unable to ever explore outside their communities, exit their own countries, and engage with others that might not believe or have experiences similar to them. And so as the world becomes more and more connected, sometimes, though, the divide can become even greater. Many young people are still being left behind, and education, engagement, cultural experiences are still sometimes reserved for a select few. And so we see the power and the potential of a virtual exchange experience. And that is that it can break some of those barriers, and it can even demolish some of those divides that people have. And so because of this, we at Stevens Initiative strongly support virtual exchange in a variety of subjects and sectors and systems, different systems as well. Some of those systems might be in elementary schools or high schools or even higher ed institutions, but also in NGO networks, and some of the sectors we've focused on are in workforce, in governance, in education. And then some of the subjects are democracy, women's rights, global competencies, and then for the topic pertinent today, the climate crisis. I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir here when I say that we all know climate change is not only real, it's rapidly changing our environment. And the youngest generation, many of you who are with us today, is the generation that is not only the most interested, but sadly also the most impacted by the way the situation changes. We know that climate change affects all areas of life. And so it's very important for us that we are able to support young people in working together to see how they can address climate change related issues and sustainability. And so one example of that is the program we do support with Take Action Global. That leverages virtual exchange to provide learning experiences. And those learning experiences can center around environmental literacy, green skills, sustainability. We're able to bring groups of young people together from different cultures and countries to meet online, synchronously and asynchronously, to discuss the climate crisis, needs that are present in their communities, and how some of these issues can be solved. And it gives also a way for students to design climate projects together through a network of schools in countries all over the globe. Through that exchange, young people who've never met before, young people like yourselves, hear about solutions they might not have thought of. They hear stories of others that also sound familiar to their own. And through these collaborations, young people and educators and teachers learn new ideas and acquire new leadership skills. And so it allows projects like our work with Take Action Global to bring people together to solve problems jointly. We strongly believe in that ability to connect local and global action and to work towards making a difference that will drive lasting change, because it not only brings change in your own community, but it brings it into your own country as well. And then it transcends that country to other cultures. We know that climate issues have better outcomes when international collaboration is part of that process. So as we all gather here today virtually to celebrate the work being done by so many to slow that impact of climate change, I'm inspired by some of these incredible solutions that have already been developed. And so I want to encourage you all to continue to think outside of the box, not only around the climate crisis, but also around how we communicate. So whether you're a young person today, an educator, or someone who works with rising generations across different systems, we at the Stevens Initiative want to give you the tools to participate in virtual exchange as well. So you can bring Take Action Global's Taking Climate Action Together program to your classroom or club, or for young people that are here today, we also support virtual exchanges that are you're open to enroll in. So these resources are available on our website, and I encourage you to reach out to us to learn more if you're interested in getting involved, to continue to ideate and innovate around how you can partner together around climate change and potentially meet people of other cultures and countries through something like virtual exchange. So being part of today's Climate Action Day, I want to thank you all for the work that you are doing and encourage you to look at maybe partnering with someone like the Stevens Initiative to see how we can solve more of these problems around climate and to solve them jointly together despite our distance. So thank you so much for the opportunity today to be here with you and to be involved in such an important action day.
Thank you so much, Craig. It's so lovely to hear your talk. And, we really appreciate our partnership with Stevens and for all the students listening as well. I think they're almost participating in a level of virtual exchange right now. So it's been really great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, I would like to introduce next Maria. So Maria is one of our community specialists at Take Action Global, and she has been monitoring our social media the whole day and seeing all the amazing social posts that you guys have been posting. So Maria, I will turn it over to you to share what you've been seeing.
Yeah, hi everyone. As Hila said, I'm Maria. I've been part of Take Action Global for 3 years now, and it's always amazing to see all the stories that we get from the Climate Action Day. And I just want to highlight a few, but please keep using our hashtags, which I'll mention at the end, so that we can continue to repost on our stories. We have Randall Junior Secondary School from Lagos, Nigeria, having an amazing watch party at their school. It looks absolutely brilliant. Then we have Badria from Syria sharing all these amazing pictures from her Climate Action project experience with her students. So some amazing videos there. And then we have some Argentinian students connecting with students from India, Kenya, Bangladesh. So really making the most from the global collaborations aspect that our Climate Action Project platform provides to all students and teachers around the world. So please keep using our hashtags, hashtag Climate Action Day, Climate Action Project, Climate Action EDU, Take Action EDU. And I promise I'll keep seeing all of your stories and then repost them on our stories so that you can see them and repost with your whole community. But thank you so much for your involvement today. It's been amazing to see so many classrooms worldwide.
Thank you so much for joining us, Maria. Jen and Koen, back over to you.
Thank you so much. Whoa. Wait. That was quick. So, Jen.
Yep.
The end is near.
Yeah, we're heading into our last hour. It has been quite a day. We have had speakers joining in from all around the world, and we have some students that have some more messages for us, I know.
Oh, wow. Which school is that? Which country?
All right. Well, you're in Belgium. I'm here in the United States. I think we should pop over to Europe. How about Spain?
All right.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo ça va? We are students from La Purísima Valencia in Spain, and we're going to explain you climate change.
We have been doing the Climate Action Project,
and we realize the importance of taking action. We have investigated problems that cause this situation
and how affect us to our planet. By doing posters and presentations, we have investigated how it's happening in our Earth.
For example, when I was with my friend this summer at the beach, we realized that there were lots of jellyfishes dead.
Later, searching for information, we found that these jellyfishes were dead about the rise of the temperatures.
So now we are conscious that maybe in some years we couldn't live here in Valencia anymore. So it's important for us to act as soon as possible.
are planting trees in Castellón. In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
Thank you, Spain. That was fantastic. And I am so pleased to introduce our next speaker, I think coming to us live from the field. And this next title is already getting me excited. Making Climate Action Fun with Kids Media. Susie Hicks is an award-winning filmmaker, author, and television host specializing in climate and environmental communication for kids of all ages. As an Aspen Institute future leader and GRIST 50 fixer, their work combines children's media, music, and playful learning, we love play, to highlight climate solutions and emotions. Susie connects youth advocates and educator allies to role models advancing climate justice all over the world. So welcome to Climate Action Day, Susie. So happy to see you.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Susie. My pronouns are they, them, and I am a climate activist. I am a kids media maker. I'm an author, and I teach climate science here in sunny California. I live in Los Angeles, and I teach at a school in Santa Monica. I teach environmental justice, climate justice, and theater. And I want you to think about your favorite TV show. If you're a kid, talk about your favorite TV show right now. But if you're an adult, think about your favorite TV show growing up. What kind of impact is it having on you? What kind of impact did it have on you? As someone who grew up on PBS Kids and Steve Irwin and all of these amazing, amazing role models, I thought that that was kind of necessary for climate action. And so right now, I'm in the process of developing a kids show called Susie Hicks, the Climate Chick, that's all about learning about climate solutions, climate emotion, and climate role models. And so right now we are about to launch. We're launching in early 2025, well before Earth Day. So you can start seeing everything come out then. But my friend Sprout, who's a puppet, and I travel around the world to learn from amazing, amazing people that are doing climate solutions. Because we don't have any time to wring our hands and say there's nothing to be done. There are already so many amazing people doing the work, and they just need more support. And so because we are the future generations and because we are raising the future generations, we have the opportunity to introduce everyone to the amazing work that's being done and be the welcoming committee for climate action. So I'm so excited for you to see our trailer. Not many people have seen it yet. We haven't fully released it on YouTube yet, but whenever you're ready, you guys, you can go ahead and show the trailer. It's good, I promise.
Hello, Susie. I'm so sorry for the delay, but here's the video.
Awesome, amazing. Enjoy, guys. Hey, I'm Susie. I'm an environmental educator, a media maker, and a climate activist. I believe that education and media are two of the most powerful tools we have to combat the climate crisis. And I'm here to teach kids of all ages that when we work together, we can create a climate positive future for everyone. I hope you'll join me.
All right, that was fantastic. We got the big sneak peek today. Thank you, Susie. That was great. We have lots of students that are joining from your local area there in California too. Yes. So
gosh,
giving them a big shout out. Yep. So we had some of our students who were joining as their day ended. And then we have California, Hawaii, and others who, they bring it in at the end. So
good morning.
Yes. Thank you for the work that you do in classrooms, and your classes that you teach sound absolutely incredible.
They're very fun. Thank you so much for having me, and happy Climate Action Day.
Yay! We appreciate you being with us, Susie, and can't wait to talk more and team up hopefully in the future. Best of luck with your new show. We'll be waiting.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
See you soon. That was awesome. Thanks, Koen.
Yeah. The only stressful thing about Climate Action Day is that we sometimes have some delays, and because of that, it started to become a little mess behind the scenes. But we are going to try to catch up with Katherine, because Katherine and Future Chicken, they are quite amazing. And let me tell you why. Katherine Winder is the visionary CEO and founder of Wind Sun Sky Entertainment, a pioneering multimedia company based in Vancouver. She has created celebrated multi-platform experiences, including Future Chicken, an award-winning digital universe inspiring children to tackle climate issues. Her extensive career includes roles as executive producer of Star Wars, The Clone Wars at Lucasfilm, and she helped launch Ice Age and Angry Birds as a senior VP at Blue Sky Studios. So we are really pleased to start working with them, and we are really happy to introduce you to Katherine and Future Chicken.
Hello, thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm so excited to be a part of Climate Action Day and introduce you to Future Chicken, a first-of-its-kind story world of the future, a place that celebrates all the positive climate actions that kids like you are taking today to make our planet healthier for tomorrow. Rather than me tell you about it, I'd like to introduce you to Future Chicken and her planet protectors.
Now's not the time to be right. Now's the time for action. I did not see that coming. Welcome to the Future Chicken Universe. I'm Future Chicken. Hello. I have time traveled from the year 2050. And I'm here in the present day to tell you the future is positive.
Planet positive. Woohoo! Let us celebrate!
Join my friends and fellow planet protectors and find out what amazing ideas kids like you came up with to change the world. Definitely. Planet protectors, flock together!
Frittata! This whole planet is a superpower party!
I think I just scrambled myself.
Persa, charged up and ready to go.
Worm!
Dude!
Romini mushroom, we must be in a swamp. And me, Future Chicken. Mima. So don't be a chicken.
Join us
on a non-stop time-hop flip-flop journey of eco-friendly fun. Woohoo!
Together we make the future.
And now, let's meet the most planet-passionate poultry ever, Future Chicken, who's made a special trip from the future to be here today.
Oh, hey, Katherine.
Hey, Future, welcome.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. Oh, and greetings to all you change makers of 2024. I'm thrilled to be here, and I want to thank all of you for helping the planet. Let me tell you, what you've been doing is working, because in my future time, 2050, the planet is greener and the oceans are cleaner. I know, because I've seen it.
Yes, you have. And I agree. It's really an honor to be here amongst such amazing change makers.
It totally is. Oh, did you like the trailer? I directed it myself.
Oh, yeah. It was great.
Oh, but did you know that kids visiting a farm called Clearwater in Canada were so tired of all the bad news about climate change, they wanted to hear more about people taking positive action for the planet in a fun way? So they hatched the idea of me, Future Chicken, spreading good news and hope from the future.
That's right. It was a great idea that kids like you came up with. And now we have Future Chicken and an entire story world for anyone who wants to help the planet. And this story world is special. Not only do we have Future Chicken's planet protectors live in the future and of course can see the future, there's all sorts of great content to choose from, depending on your interests. From animated shows to mixed media shows and podcasts and games and live interactive events, All of Future Chicken's fun and funny stories are filled with positive information about change and climate innovation happening today.
That's right. It also includes steps each of us can take on our own and collectively to make a difference when it comes to protecting the environment. Our storytelling is all about inspiring solutions.
And now that each of you have successfully completed your 6-week climate action project, here's a step we can all take together to help the bees.
Yes! Imagine if everyone created a wild place for pollinators, bees, finding a bit of green grass and letting it grow long and wild, even with weeds. Bees don't mind the weeds.
And these grow wild places could attract other pollinators like butterflies. All of these pollinators will have an important impact on the future as they take pollen dust from plant to help them reproduce. The more plants they pollinate, the more food that farmers can grow.
Funny you should say that, Katherine, because today's call to action to help bees will help expand the world's future bee population, which will increase the number of healthier crops in the future.
I love it. And that's why we're here today on Climate Action Day, to congratulate all the teachers and students for doing a great job playing their part.
Let's celebrate. Come on, shake your tail feathers, yeah!
Oh, hang on, Future Chicken. More talk now and dance later. We've got something important to do. You know, the big invite to our audience.
Oh, yeah! We're also here to invite you to join me as a Planet Protector! Together, we'll come up with more ways to make the world a better place. So, when I say planet, you say protector. Planet!
Protector!
Planet!
Protector!
And be sure to watch how the Planet Protectors save the planet on our Future Chicken YouTube channel, where you'll find ideas to get you thinking and laughing.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of laughing. And you can also visit us on Instagram and TikTok.
Or as I like to call it, TikTok.
So you guys, please leave your comments and suggestions. We want to hear from you, especially if you do things for the bees.
We sure do. And you know, this has been so much fun, but I gotta get back to the bio barn. It's karaoke night! But to all of you, don't stop. We need to keep up this positivity for the planet. Can't wait to see what you do next. And remember,
together we make the future. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks so much for all your great work. Bye.
All right. Time for a school, Jen. We need to have some students' voices.
All right, let's hear from some of our students. We have friends in the Ukraine who have been with us, I think, from the start, Koen. This is not their first climate action project. They have been at this work for a long time, and they are not giving up. So let's hear from Vlad, his 8th and 9th grade students in Ukraine.
Go, Vlad.
We are from Vinnytsia Lyceum number 6, Ukraine.
And we would like to tell you about our participation in Climate Action Project 2024.
Our school has taken part in this wonderful project this time. This year we focused on the causes and effects of climate change and also on possible solutions.
According to our research, the most spread causes for climate change in Ukraine are industrial emissions, deforestation, wetland drainage, and fossil fuel use.
We can also add agricultural activities, urbanization, and air pollution.
However, one of the biggest causes of climate change, not only in Ukraine but also in Europe, is today's war launched by Russia.
For example, just within the first 2 years of war, CO2 emissions were increased to 175 million tons.
The equivalent of 90 million new gasoline cars on the road.
We cannot keep calm when our country and the world are in danger. We are the change and suggest the following solutions.
Every change starts with us. That's why one of the first things we did is the use of Earth Project app. It helps us do eco-friendly things every day.
To save our planet, you can take shorter showers, replace traditional light bulbs with LED one, ride to school by bike or walk there. You can even spend less time on your phone or avoid buying a new pair of jeans. It would definitely help our nature. It's easy, isn't it?
This year I see first trip up
Eco Home celebrates its 10th anniversary. Our young foresters collect seeds, make build houses and bird feeders, and even conduct nature lessons. However, one of the most important things in planting trees, we have already planted more than 7,500 trees. This year, as a part of the project, we have planted 27 trees on the territory of our school.
Recycle, reuse, reduce. It's a motto which can be used both globally and locally. That's why we have launched several eco-campaigns.
The first one is an eco-campaign which includes making and posting eco-friendly memes.
One more initiative is regular waste of paper collection. In this way, we involve more than 2,000 people of our community. In September and October, we collected 9.5 tons of waste paper.
These are just some ideas how to help our planet, and we are happy to be the part of Climate Action Project.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message to you, our global friends.
Thank you, Ukraine. And Jen, they mentioned a very special app which we created ourselves, and we worked with climate scientists to make sure that the algorithm is really solid, basically. And that app is called Earth Project app. You can find it for free at earthproject.org. It's freely available for iPhone, iPad, and Android devices. And basically, it's fun because it shows you what you can do every day, small actions at home, at the office, at school, and it shows you your impact instantly. It doesn't only work for carbon and climate change, but also for single-use plastics. And so you can see the amount of plastic and carbon avoided instantly. You can plant a tree, you can see your badges, your winning streak, your levels, your experience. So we hope that you will like it. And again, please start using it. It's fun.
It's fun. And the badges, but also teams. You can create teams with your friends or with your class.
Exactly.
Maybe get on the leaderboard. I know a lot of our schools are eager to get there. So thanks everybody for being on the Earth Project app.
Okay. So next we go to another school, Jen, which is that.
All right. So we have our friends in the Ukraine who've been with us for a long time, but also our friends in Moldova. So honored to introduce Heritage International School 6th graders.
Salutare! Greetings from Heritage International School in Moldova.
This year, in Global Perspectives, we've been working on a climate action project using what we called our climate box. Each side of the box had a special theme. One side focused on causes of climate change, one on its effects, another on personal involvement, and the last side on solutions.
For the solution side, we came up with ideas like reducing single-use plastics and making our school greener by planting trees and conserving energy.
In Moldova, we are already seeing the effects of climate change. For example, the average temperature has risen by 1.2 degrees Celsius over the past century, leading to more extreme weather events. Droughts have become more common, affecting agriculture and food supplies, since 60% of the Moldova's population rely on farming. And according to some recent reports, if we don't take action, Moldova could face water shortages by 2050.
We challenge all students and teachers watching to take action too. Try planting a tree, sharing your solutions with social media, or having a conversation about why climate action matters. Thank you to all the teachers and schools who are working for a better future. We are proud to be part of this global movement.
In friendship and solidarity, we now pass this message of action to you, our global friends.
That's awesome. So we always work very hard on special speakers, and everybody is a special speaker, but you know what I'm trying to say, right?
Got it. Yep.
So we
Yes.
try for like famous people, like actors, actresses, people from the music industry, and it's really, 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 really hard. And it takes like 6 months. So it's not that we just send them an email and they're in. But the next speaker, Jen,
Yep.
how do I say?
She's pretty amazing. She's epic. And Gila has been working very hard to secure this speaker who prioritizes education and the planet. So, Gila, over to you.
Thank you, Jen and Koen. So I am super, super excited to announce our next speaker, Shailene Woodley. She is an acclaimed actress known for her roles in The Fault in Our Stars and Big Little Lies and the Divergent series. She's also an environmental activist. She's a Greenpeace Oceans Ambassador and has helped the organization lobby for certain environmental policy proposals, notably the High Seas Treaty and the Global Plastic Pollution Treaty. She's also a member of Conservation International's board and Good Leaps Advisory Council and serves as a board member of the Political Action Committee, Our Revolution. So we're so excited to have Shailene with us today. Koen, play the video.
Hey everyone, I am Shailene Woodley. Happy Climate Action Day to all you teachers and students joining for this amazing celebration of planetary love and appreciation. I am really excited to be joining you, even though we can't be together in person. And even though I'm not talking to you in real time, I'm really excited knowing that this video will be with you. I'm joining you from the East Coast of the United States, and I have been learning and hearing how all of you are taking positive actions for this earth. And man, oh man, from me and my future babies, I can't tell you how appreciative I am. Not just for the work you're doing and how it's going to affect our planet today, but how it's going to continue to affect our planet for the future. In your climate action commitments, you're addressing a big challenge. It feels strange to say a big challenge because in so many ways, I'm like, it's the biggest challenge that I think that we have right now in this time, which is climate change, which is the impacts humanity is having on this beautiful earth. I too have been figuring out my ways on how I can contribute to this massive puzzle that we are all figuring out how to be a part of and how to be stewards to. You know, for me, the conversation when it comes to climate change or environmentalism or conservation of the planet all stems from a place of deep love and deep care. I love planet Earth. And I recognize that this is the earth, like we come from the earth and we will return to the earth. And so for me, this conversation isn't necessarily about saving the earth. It's about finding the communion, the collaboration, the connection to the planet and to the ecosystem that we naturally have simply because we are part of nature. It is our human right as much as it is a lion or the wind or the ocean to have a symbiotic relationship with this planet. And I think for a long time, humanity has kind of forgotten that we're nature too, and we matter as much as nature matters. I've continued to educate myself and understand the importance of education and community as the essential elements to tackling our climate crisis. So please know you are not alone. Today and every day, I stand with you, beside you, behind you. We are all in this together. My message for you is one of A, gratitude, and B, of unity. The reminder that we're not alone. I have so much curiosity as well. Curiosity and wonder to see how all of our small contributions and daily actions come together in the end, and the type of collective impact that we will have on this earth because of it. I imagine a world for my children that is filled with grace and beauty because of the work that we're all putting into this and the efforts and the energy. Few quick messages before I turn it back over to you all. Teachers, you're on the right track. Please continue to encourage students to share their stories and believe in their power, the power of their ideas, the power of their action, the power of their hearts, the power of their empathy and their compassion and their ability to see how this is a opportunity for us to really understand our place in the world, which is being protectors not only again of our earth, but of one another and of our own hearts. And to all the young people watching this, man, oh man, please keep exploring, please keep tasting, please keep learning, please continue to seek the beauty of this planet, the beauty of our world, the beauty of friendship, the beauty of community, the beauty that is offered in connections with others who are on the same path and others who are on different paths. Because even though some people might use different language or different ways of communicating, in the end, I do believe we all have the same goal, which is to live a life that experiences love. And to me, I can't imagine something more loving to do than to remind ourselves the inherent beauty that is our world. Thank you to the team at Take Action Global for this opportunity to share today. I look forward to all the progress that you make, that we make, that this earth makes. Happy Climate Action Day to everyone. Bye.
So cool to hear from Shailene. Thank you, Shailene, for your message. We can't wait to follow along in your journey in taking action for the planet. We have schools that are working hard as well. As part of our climate action project, schools from over 170 countries have been joining us over the past 6 weeks, learning about the causes, effects, and solutions for climate change. They've also been posing their own solutions and taking action. What we found at Take Action Global was some of our schools, it wasn't just 1 or 2 teachers. We had full schools who wanted to take action, and not only for 6 weeks, but for an entire school year. So 3 years ago, responding to that call from schools and school leaders, we started a program called Climate Action Schools. Every year, we work with 100 global schools over the course of the entire school year to take action. We team them up. They're able to hear from experts. They work in special interest groups, and they explore some of the biggest ways that we together can use climate education as a solution for climate change. We've asked a couple of those schools to share their messages and to give us a window into the work that they're doing as part of the program. We're going to share 2 of those schools today. First, we're going to go to Bullish Charter School in California and hear their message of action.
My name is Shreyas, and I'm a student at Bullish Charter School in the Eco Champions program. This year, I wanted to focus on water conservation. We're doing water conservation by saving water on the field and possibly in sink water to reduce the water bill and save a lot of money.
Hi, my name is Vaibhav. I'm in 4th grade in BCS, and I'm in the Eco Champions program. This year I'm working on educating people to save electricity, which includes turning off lights when not needed.
Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm a student at Bullish Charter School. I'm in 5th grade. I'm in the Eco Champions co-curricular, and my group and me and I are working on setting up a composting system for the lunch at Bullish, because there's a lot of leftovers sometimes. So we're working on raising money with a bake sale and then using the money to get a composting bin.
Cheering you all on, Eco Champions. Now we'll go to your friends in Honduras at the Dole School and their message from Climate Action Schools program.
Greetings from Dole School in Honduras.
As a climate action school, we're dedicated to reducing our environmental impact and raising climate change awareness.
Through fun activities and exciting projects, our annual plan brings the whole school community together.
We invite you to join us in taking steps towards a sustainable future.
Thanks to both Bullis and DeWall for sharing their messages today. And big shout out to our team at Take Action Global, Lindsay, Hope, Scott, Brahm, Riley, Kayla, everyone that is supporting these 100 schools every day and helping them take action. So we have one of our special climate action schools, Koen, who have been with us from Chicago. And they are doing some awesome work there. And we were able to just travel with them to New York City for World Food Day. And we did a lot of work there with the United Nations. And their mayor, Mayor Brandon Johnson, has a message for us today. So I am pleased to introduce Mayor Brandon Johnson, who was sworn in as Chicago's 57th mayor on May 15th, 2023. This is cool. He is a former public school teacher, and he witnessed the effects of school closures, unemployment, and gun violence on students. So he decided to take action, and he is transitioning to the Chicago Teachers Union, and then he organized coalitions to protect neighborhood schools and expand funding. As mayor today, he is a member of C40 Cities, a global network of nearly 100 mayors of the world's leading cities that are united in action to confront the climate crisis. So let's hear from Mayor Johnson.
Hey, it's Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson. I am proud to congratulate all of the students and young people who are participating in Climate Action Day. It is incredible to see you leading the way with your creativity, passion, and actions that are achieving a cleaner environment. The city of Chicago is also taking action to be a leader in combating climate change and fostering sustainable, resilient communities. Chicago's Climate Action Plan sets a course to reduce the city's carbon footprint 62% by the year 2040. Our pathway to achieving that goal is anchored in the values of economic inclusion and empowerment, so that all Chicagoans from every community can thrive in clean and healthy environments. I am grateful that we are building a brighter future together. Let us continue our united actions and make a positive change for our planet. Thank you.
How awesome was that? It was so great to hear from Mayor Brandon Johnson. But I would also like to turn it over to you guys. So thank you so much for everyone who's been sending me emails of them celebrating Climate Action Day, your watch parties, and also throughout the Climate Action Project. So I'd love to share some of these photos with you now. So we have photos from all across the world hosting their watch parties, which is so great to see. I particularly love this one in the left-hand corner from India, watching them on their phones. We thought that was super interesting as well, rather than a screen. And some more photos from around the world. This is from the Climate Action Project, so all the amazing solutions our students have been doing and their tree planting as well. So thank you so much to everyone who sent those images in. Keep them coming and we'll find some ways to share them out. It's always so amazing to see all your smiling faces and doing climate action. So back over to you, Koen and Jen.
Thank you,
All
Hila.
right.
That was awesome. Keep sharing those photos. We love seeing everybody taking action and sharing their watch parties on social media and sharing them via email.
So I do love adventurers, Jen.
Ooh.
And we have one right now from France.
That's right. Everyone, I am so pleased to introduce you to Ben, and he is an endurance swimmer and environmental advocate. Doing both of those things together is pretty cool, I think, Koen. He is on a mission to change the world's relationship with plastic. In 1998, he became the first person to swim across the Atlantic Ocean without a kickboard, taking 73 days to complete the journey from Cape Cod to France. In 2018, he attempted to swim from Tokyo to San Francisco, covering 1,500 nautical miles to raise awareness for ocean health. How about that? Ben then returned to the Pacific in 2019, swimming 338 nautical miles through the Great Pacific Garbage Patch to highlight plastic pollution, a journey that earned him a Guinness World Record. So let's hear from Ben.
I think this is really extraordinary. So the rest is silence.
Very cool.
Hello to everyone attending the 2024 Climate Action Day. Ben Lecomte here. I am an explorer and ocean advocate. I swam the mighty oceans, the Atlantic and part of the Pacific, to show that individual action matters. What you all do matters, small or big. Whether it is shedding a spotlight on marine plastic pollution and collecting plastic samples, swimming the Great Pacific Garbage Patch like I did, or what you are all doing in your classroom around the globe. We need to inspire each other with a message of contributing in our own ways will have an impact on our planet's future by taking positive action. I am so excited to be sharing this message with all of you around the world who are part of this year's Climate Action Day. And let's not forget, Take Action Global. They have made such an incredible event accessible to so many people around the world. I also want to thank Future Chicken for visiting us from 2050 and for the important work her and her partner Protecting Friends are doing. Hey Future, do you want to come and swim the ocean with me sometime?
Yeah! Wahoo!
Awesome.
That was pretty cool. Koen, I think we should add Explorer to our title. What do you think?
I like that. Yeah.
I kind of like it too.
Many countries today.
We are sure enough explorers.
So, how about a new bunch of exciting kids?
All right, let's hear from some. I would love if we could go to Syria.
مرحبا اسمي مؤمن حاطم انا ميسر وسفير لمشروع العمل المناخي في سوريا. يشرفني ان نمثل الجمهوريه العربيه السوريه في هذا الحدث العالمي.
Fires, especially wildfire, have become increasingly significant contributors to climate change.
Recycling waste so that we do not burn it, because burning waste leads to the emissions of greenhouse gases, the most important of which is carbon dioxide, CO2.
One of the most important solutions to climate change is to use alternative green energy, such as solar energy or wind energy.
Throwing wastewater into the seas affects climate change. 70% of the oxygen in the atmosphere comes from sea plants. So we filter this water and recycle it and use it in agriculture instead.
Some of bad activities are forest fire and waste, cut down the trees, poor use of energy, and transportation were considered as initial principle behind the climate change.
Climate change has a large impact on Syria. We suffer from very hot summers and witness a decrease in crops in comparison with last year.
Water pollution in the rivers is one of the major environmental risks that significantly impact the ecosystems and human health. We have the effective solution to this problem, such as wastewater treatment and raising awareness through the implementations of strict pollution regulations.
The individual influence from one person cannot affect the environment. It's our cumulative behavior what makes the change. It's our duty to direct this change for the better, not only for the environment, not only for us, but for you, me, and a better life for our generations.
It's always great to see those tree plantings from across the world, I think. And just as a reminder, at the Climate Action Project platform, you can plant your own trees and you can submit pictures of those with the species, the amount of trees you planted, and the address, basically, the localization. And then you will get a certificate, but also a tree in a very different country. And you can choose in which country that is, and you will get it for free. And that's awesome, I think. And that brings us to another school in the Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya, with whom we have been working very closely, because we built those schools actually. And I would like to thank Mark and OVWB for WB for sponsoring every month, so we can keep the school open. And we have three brilliant people over there, Franco and William and Simon, and they're doing great work over there. Simon is leading the Climate Hub, and they're planting trees as well. And Franco is coordinating and teaching, and William is teaching about IT. And when we went to the camp in 2020, there was just like one school book, one handbook for every 10 students. But now they are designing with computers, they are creating they're coding websites, their sign language classes, etc. So a lot happening over there. And it's always great to see what they have been working on, which is really extraordinary this year.
Hello, my name's James Osito Taban, and I am a learner at Maggie Innovation Labs School. I am excited to share our simple drip irrigation project, as you can see here, designed to tackle water crisis that our local farmers are experiencing. In this project, we utilize pipes with small holes to deliver water directly to the plant. This method allows efficient water use. This method allows efficient use, helping to ensure that each plant has received the moisture of it needs without wasting resource. We also create a small rectangular plastic, like this one and this one, filled with soil to serve as a raised bed of planting flowers known locally as good morning flowers. This setup not only supports the plant but also enhances their growth. To represent a well, we use an open plastic tin. Inside this well, we install a water pump to draw water from it when powered by solar energy. This sustainable approach helps to conserve water while providing essential irrigation for our crops.
Ooh, that's just me. Where's everybody?
We're here.
Awesome. Yes. So, Hila, who's next?
So next we have Gert Peter Bruch, who I interviewed a couple of days ago, actually, as he couldn't be here today. Gert Peter is, let me get my, Koen, do you have your notes ready for Kurt?
I don't, but I met him in Brussels where he was with Princess Esmeralda, and they both created a movie, a documentary, which is called Amazonia, about the indigenous people in Brazil. They met with the president of Brazil, with Lula, and they met with Chief Raoni, and they are doing really great work over there. And Gert Pieter, he has been working on several movies, and he's doing really great work through their NGO as well to make their lives better. And so we are really pleased to have him. And I think, Hila, you will be asking him some questions. So let's invite Gert over here.
Hi, Gert Peter. Thank you so much for joining us today. Could you tell us a bit about your time in the Amazon, about what you learned there about nature and the climate?
I started being 18 as an activist. It was quite strange the way that I started being an activist. It was I didn't mean to be an explorer or even an activist at that time. I was just really concerned about my future. But I was more into music at this time. I was listening music all the time, and my preferred rock star was Sting at the time. And he was the guy who informed us about the situation in the Amazon. I was already informed about the situation of indigenous people because I have indigenous blood in my family. So when the two connected, I really wanted to get in this, I felt like, oh, that's something that is really appealing to me. It took me a long time to go to the Amazon. The first indigenous territory where I went was the Sahara Desert. But being in the Amazon was an incredible experience. The connection that traditional indigenous people have with Mother Earth, and even the sky. When you are in the desert, and when you are in the Amazon, you can see thousands or maybe millions of stars in the sky. I have to say that it is going to maybe to shock people, but being in the Amazon changed my life in 3 days. It didn't take me, of course, it took me a long time to go there. So I was really already, I don't know, cold by the forest. But when I went effectively there and I stayed in an indigenous village, I just needed 3 days to change my mind and to even my heart. Doing in this kind of sacred place, I should say, is a life-changing experience. Of course, I don't invite everyone to go there because we are talking about protected areas. But I mean, maybe we should invite all the decision makers to go there because they need their mind to change, of course.
I'd love to know about your documentary films and what role you think that has in creating emotional connections to places and climate storytelling in general.
This started, with that meeting that I had with Princess Esmeralda. When I started being an activist, when I was 18, one of the first books that came into my hands was the book of Princess Esmeralda's father. And he went to the Amazon in the 60s. He did an amazing book. Just before I met Chief Raoni, I had, I just found this book, and I knew that it was important. I couldn't imagine that some 25 years or maybe 30 years later, I would get connected in a way to this king. That's the way I met Princess Esmeralda. I heard about her. I understood that she was an activist. She was arrested in London doing an action with Extinction Rebellion. So I said, I must connect with her. Produced a program together with Earthfix TV. And that was a very nice experience. And after that, I say, I'd like to invite you to go and visit Chief Raoni. You've never been there, right? So let's go together. And we did. And we didn't know that was the start of a movie at this time. We wanted to film, of course, document, but it was not a movie at this moment. But when we came there, oh my God, we can tell the story of, an intergenerational story. It became clear that it was a story, intergenerational story. And this is what we wanted to achieve in the film. Explain and connect the young people to this story and say that, hey there, young people, we're here to give you the right information. We are on the same boat. So let's work together and let's help you connect with the indigenous people. You have plenty of things to do together. So basically, this is the film. And of course, we have two goals through the film, is that we like the world to recognize ecocide as a crime, which is really important. And we also like the world to really help the indigenous people have their land properly demarcated and protected. This is not the case at the moment. It's urgently needed.
So what is one piece of advice you would give for one of our students watching today who wanted to get into documentary filmmaking about the climate?
You have to dare. You have to dare. You really have to dare, and you have to believe. You have to believe that it's possible. And it's really easy when you're young, you know, when you're 18, you know, it's crazy the way that I entered that story. I didn't know Sting, I didn't know Shifra Oni, and no one introduced me to them. No one at all. I just presented myself and said, hey, I'm there. If you want to do something unbelievable, incredible, do it. You have to dream. It's really important. We need that because with dream comes hope, and we really need hope. The young people who are doing films, good way to connect to some other cultures, other territories, and to know more about our wonderful Mother Earth.
Thank you. That's a great sentiment, and I'm sure that the students listening will really appreciate that. So thank you so much, Kavita, for joining us at Climate Action Day today.
Amazing.
That was great, Hila. I loved it.
Back from the future.
Right? So guess what? We have another school that would love to share their message.
We do?
We sure do.
And the school is from?
They are from the United States of America, coming to us from Chicago at DePaul College Prep.
This fall, we visited New York and the United Nations for World Food Day. It deeply impacted each of our views on how sustainability can look on urban and global levels.
The trip showed me how important community and connections are. With both Rethink Food and the Food Foundation, we saw how the communities and the connections that they build can provide product and produce to everyone who needs them.
This trip really opened my eyes to the realities and challenges that come with being more sustainable. The process is slow for people integrating sustainable processes correctly because they have to act with others in mind, whether it's the government trying to get communities on board or nonprofits trying to get the government on board.
We saw the different strategies and paths to becoming more sustainable and gain insight into what it looks like for groups of different caliber, whether it's on a global level with the UN, on the city level at the mayor's office, with a large nonprofit, or at a small public school. We saw the challenges and the changes that were being made by each of these groups on their own scale.
Thank you. How are you being more sustainable today?
How cool is that?
Yeah. So, next.
All right. So we were able to travel with those awesome students to New York City. And we have Koen, someone very special from New York City and across New York State, but also leading our country here in the US and the world. So our next speaker, John King, became the 15th Chancellor of the State University of New York. Many of us know it as SUNY, in January 2023. He oversees the largest public higher education system in the US. He previously served as the United States Secretary of Education, leading all of education for the country under President Obama, and as New York's first African-American and Puerto Rican Education Commissioner. He holds degrees from Harvard, Yale, and Columbia. Over to you, John King.
Hello, my name is John King, and I'm the Chancellor of the State University of New York, the nation's largest comprehensive system of public higher education, and an institution devoted to sustainability in a state that's leading the charge on eliminating carbon pollution. I've spent my entire adult life working in public education, from the classrooms of Puerto Rico and Boston, Massachusetts, where I taught high school social studies, to Washington, D.C., where I served as President Barack Obama's Secretary of Education. And as my career has advanced, my passion for teaching young people about climate change due to carbon pollution and motivating them to develop their own passion for sustainability has only grown. Why? Because the world needs your talent, your dedication, your hard work, and your ideas to solve this most pressing of problems. Extreme unnatural weather is upon us now. Even as I speak, emergency workers are helping Americans across the South recover from Hurricane Helene, a storm whose strength was intensified by our warming oceans and atmosphere, and whose negative effects were certainly exacerbated by rising sea levels. But the impacts don't always come with huge storms and television coverage. The effects are changing lives every day in every city, state, and nation. And too often, the brunt of the damage and danger hit the most defenseless communities and people the hardest. Increasingly, it can feel like there's nothing we can do, that the change is coming too fast and has gone too far. But that simply isn't true, and we can't afford to give up. Everyone, every single one of us, needs to join the millions of people who are taking action and making a difference. Education and educational institutions are the key. Understanding how our modern economy has put a blanket of carbon pollution in our atmosphere is a key to stopping and reversing the damage. Being able to predict impacts, being able to prevent them, finding the innovative energy solutions and other green technologies that operate without carbon pollution, and teaching everyone to embrace them, that is our charge. Action based on that education is even more powerful, and the school community is the perfect place to start applying lessons to the world around you. And SUNY's leading the way, including clean energy and geothermal in our buildings, reducing our food waste, converting our fleets to electric vehicles, and restoring habitats. Our students have taken the lead in conducting waste audits, planting pollinator gardens, running drives to upcycle clothing and swap furniture, designing recycling programs, and advocating for bike sharing and public transit. Things you can do too. They're also doing paid internships in labs, developing the technology, in offshore wind energy development and batteries to store energy in a dozen disciplines, and paid public environmental service in our Climate Corps and Empire State Service Corps. The great thing about taking action, however small, is that it energizes you with positive feelings about helping your community, provides experiences that make classroom learning far more relevant and valuable, and actually does help address the problem. You can join millions of people who are already taking action. That virtuous cycle is what's driving SUNY's commitment that every student should have a paid hands-on learning experience before they graduate. Take Action Global is providing you with an amazing opportunity to become model students and citizens. I commend you for seizing that opportunity, and I know you will take full advantage of it. Thank you, and have a great Climate Action Day.
What a special message, right?
That was really great.
So, we are nearing the end of this event.
Can't even believe it.
Mm-hmm. And there are still a few things we need to mention. And so this is not the only initiative we have been doing. There are more programs you can join. If you're all in climate action education and you want like a full year experience with the whole school and training of the teachers and everything which comes with it and certification, we have Climate Action Schools, which we already mentioned. But in March and April, we have something special for those teachers who really love teaching with technology-enhanced learning, and we call it Coding for Climate. We've been running it for the first time this year, so it will be our second edition next year.
That's right. So we thought long and hard about starting a project about coding for climate, something that we wanted to do for many years. And last year we said, let's just test it out, see if we can get some schools to join us. And we had about 4,000 schools join. It's flexible, it's fun. It will be a March, April project leading up to Earth Day. And you can join us for a little bit of time or as much as you want. So it as a 3-phase approach where you can start with an environmental topic, then move into a coding solution. You do not have to be a computer science classroom. Anyone can participate. We will guide you every step of the way. And then we'll finish up with celebrating, and we'll have another online event kind of similar to this one, where we'll invite in friends and classrooms to share about their coding solutions for climate change. So hope you can join us. We had lots of fun last year and really looking forward to kicking that one off coming up in just a few months.
Yeah. And we are also really interested in the impact of what we do. It's not that because the pictures are great and the solutions are awesome that we would like to go beyond that, basically. And so a few years ago, we already invested in the app, and we want to see the climate side of it, the impact of the climate part, and the amount of carbon we are avoiding through climate action education. This year, we would like to shine on the educational part as well, and we really would like to gather some data, both from the teachers and both from the students. So if there are still any students online, we really would like you to complete this survey. Let me drop it in the chat as well, making sure that you're able to go to it with one single click. It's for students only. For the teachers, we have a survey at the Climate Action Project platform, which you need to complete before you can claim your certificate. It only takes 2 minutes, both of those surveys. But the great thing is that this allows us to create reports like this one, which we created this week. This is just the first version. I would like to thank Kayla and Riley for working on it, and it's giving really rich information basically on how students have been using the app, on the numbers of Climate Action Project and Earth Project app, about some statistics from teachers, climate action education, and students. And we will still be working on this, and we will make sure that we will keep adding facts to it, which are really rich. We will be sharing it through our newsletter, but also at our website.
That's right. Yes, we feel like we have a very important job for our world. First off, supporting our teachers and being in service to them and their students. Creating resources. So we have resources. If you are looking to do something for 1 hour or 1 year, we have resources, materials, activities, and experiences ready for you. And also giving back to the growing body of knowledge around climate action education. So it is very important for us to base everything on science and data. And as we are a program for young people, we need to hear from young people. So please keep sharing, letting us know what ideas you might have. Just like we had heard from Rick and we heard from David from LEGO, we need those big ideas to kind of shake our brains and help us into the future. So thank you to our absolutely extraordinary community of teachers for being with us, for inspiring greatness, and all of the actions that we can take.
I once met a teacher who was really interested in a certificate. Did you met those teachers as well, Jen?
I've heard of a few.
Yeah? Okay. So I'm pretty sure that we will get the question to share our certificates for this event, and we will be doing that tomorrow through an email.
Great.
Stay tuned, and you will be able to claim your own certificate, which will be personalized, which will be beautiful for you and your students, or for your students and your teacher. And that brings me to something. We do have a special code which you can use to claim a new badge, which we have at our platform since last week. It's brand new. The badge is allowing you to claim that you attended this event, and it is Gap Rocks, right? With 25 inside of it.
Pretty cool.
And with that, we released something new today as well, which is a certificate, but a golden one, very special. And you will be able to claim it if you have been going through all steps, all milestones reached, all badges. You planted a tree, you submitted the first week, etc., etc. It's amazing. It's gold. What more can we say, right?
That gold certificate's pretty special. I love it.
And with that, we also would like to thank a few people. And she has been here the whole day, which is a very long day. Hila, thank you so much for guiding us. So I got some messages on WhatsApp, like Hila is amazing. So what can you say about that?
Well, thank you so much, everyone. This is my 4th Climate Action Day, which is crazy to say, but every single year it gets better and better. And it's just such a privilege to be here with you all today. So thank you so much, Jen and Koen, as well, for doing such an amazing job hosting this event. It's just been amazing.
Yeah, we do have a special team. Whoa! What's that?
Look at that. That's great. So we have a full team that joins from all around the world that's working every single day for our students and our teachers and this mission of climate education for all on a lot of different things, creating programs, leading programs, documenting and storytelling, and helping with that action part around research. So it's great to see you all. How's your day been?
Amazing.
We need to buy the microphones, Jen.
I know. They're probably getting a little tired. They've been documenting, gathering quotes, gathering images. I've seen you all on social media. So we're just so grateful for everything that you've done as part of this day and every day.
So we used to do this, just Jen and me, and some projects, and it was not that easy. But thanks to this team, we were able to scale up big time, reach so much more people, make so much more impact through so many different initiatives. There's not just the Climate Action Project. There's so much more happening, and we are really pleased to see what we have been able to accomplish with this team. They're all perfect to me.
That's right. Yes.
To you as
There's you
well,
all.
Jen?
Oh, and then we have one more special message to Hope Kennedy, our climate education scientist, wishing you a happy birthday, Hope. Thanks for spending it with us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Are you all ready for another Climate Action Day? Should we come back tomorrow and do it all again? All right. See thumbs up. All right. I think they're in, Koen.
I do think so as well. And really pleased, Riley, that we are wearing the same hoodie as well.
I coordinated that.
Part of the criteria, be part of the team.
Those
Okay.
costume changes are great. Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks, Hope and Scott. Thanks, Kayla and Riley. We appreciate you all.
Bye-bye.
And so the end is near, and we travel all the way back to India, and they have prepared a song to us, which
That's
brings
right.
us to the end of this event. And the last words go to you, Jen.
Thank you, Koen. Also, a special thank you to Hila. So Hila, pretty cool story. Hila joined us during the pandemic. She had just graduated high school. She was waiting to start university and was looking for a way to connect and to serve. And she joined with us as an intern. Then she moved into her university program. Now she is leading the way, leading so many of our initiatives and programs, and not only helping leading Climate Action Day, but she is deep in her master's program. So she is juggling it. But thank you, Hila, for everything that you've done to get us to today and to this moment, and for all you do.
Thank you, Jen.
We appreciate you. All right, so we do have a very special song that is going to end our 2024 5th edition Climate Action Day. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about this song. But Koen, I want to thank you as well. Of course, my partner in all of this work. We are so grateful for our community, and thank you to you for everything you do as we are able to support them and this mission. And I can't wait to see what we do next.
Awesome. Well, you had the last words, but thank you.
All right, over
Back to
to
you.
our friends at Pathways World School. I'll tell you about their song that they wrote, Miss Bhavna Matthew, called Climate Action Now, trained by Mr. Joffrey Williams, Mr. Anushman, and Miss Anupag Alex. Their choir students in grades 3 through 5 are going to see us off. See you all again for next year's Climate Action Day, and thank you for being with us.
Bye-bye.
you.